Ahoy, ahoy. Welcome, folks, to the 4th edition of the Midnight Blend. How's everybody doing out there? As per usual, joining me is Dave Cruz from Beyond the Strange. What's happening, buddy? Yeah. And of course, tonight, in case you didn't notice by the title, we've got Eric Awakening Man here with us as well. What's happening, Eric?
I'm ready.
Oh.
What's that? Hey, what's that call-in number tonight, by the way? You going to announce that shortly?
Yeah, I'm about to put that in the chat. So,
tweet it also if you can.
All right, yeah, I'll see if I can do that. So here's how the call-in's gonna work. I've got a couple options for you guys. The first number is here. I'm gonna put that into the YouTube chat now. Where did that go? Here we go. So that's the main call-in number that does one call at a time. Yeah, nope, no cam for Eric for various reasons, but it's all good. It's all good. So there's the first call-in number. It's 661-772-7825. That's in the YouTube chat right now. And now the other call-in number is, now if you want to, like if you just want to call in and have a quick question and bounce after a couple of minutes, use that first one, the 661 number. But if you want to hang out on the show and just sit here and hang out with us, use the other number. That's 928-485-4856. That's the second line. Here, I'll put that as the hangout line.
Putting it in Discord, by the way, too. Strange chat.
Yeah, definitely. If you,
Really hanging around in there?
Absolutely.
There it is. No, Catalina's there. What up, Cat?
And actually, honestly, that's really the best way to go. If you, I'll tell you what.
GG, say the 661 number again slowly because I'm going to tweet it out right now. You said it so damn fast I couldn't hear you.
All right, it's 661-772. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. It's 661-772-7825. And there's actually an even better way. For those of you in Discord, here's what we're going to do. So me and Dave are hanging out in the voice channel. Just Nick is in there too. Or while I'm hanging out in there, Dave, let's see. Actually, you won't need to be in there because I can pick up the audio from my end. But if you guys want to go into the the general voice channel in the Beyond the Strange Discord, that's the easiest way. You can just pop in there and, you'll be hanging out with us on the show that way as well. So,
that's trippy.
Yep, hold on one second. I do got to switch one setting in Discord real quick to get them over here. Let's see. But actually, yeah, Dave, if you're going to be in there, actually mute your Discord voice, because otherwise your voice is going to be coming in twice. So I guess there's really not much of a reason for you to be in there. But anyway.
I guess I'll be in there. But I'm in there.
All right, good deal. And all right, so now I've switched it to all right, so yeah, if you go into that Discord channel, you can just hang out with us that way. And yeah, if we can get can we get a direct link to your Discord channel? Oh, I got it right here. All right, so I'm putting the link to the BTS Discord. Bam. There you go. There you go, folks. And now if you do call the 928 number, since Skype is a bunch of suck, probably won't be able to merge the call. So what's going to happen is you call in, it's not going to answer, and then I'm going to call you back. That's how that's going to work. But the Discord, if you want to hang on the show, the Discord is the way to go. For sure. So yeah, there we go. And now also tonight, we're going to be doing the raffle again this week. And for every $5 that you donate to the PayPal, which the PayPal is in the description, It's shredhell21@yahoo.com. But if you want to read it, it's in the description of the video. Just send $5 to that account on PayPal, and for one, you're going to win a case of these, which is the Got Hemp full spectrum CBD infused cold press coffee. Absolutely dank. This is like a $28 value here. Now, and then also, you will win. What are they going to win, Dave?
Got a Casper Parks, sci-fi fiction author Casper Parks book. It is Ages Past, and it is awesome. I have a copy myself, but he gave me this copy specifically to give out to y'all. So
there you go,
win it,
folks. There you go. So that's what we're
By
doing.
the way,
tonight.
hashtag tonight is the Midnight Blend.
Indeed. On Twitter, hashtag the Midnight Blend. No, Pat, you're getting. Yeah, no, you're. No, I'm not giving yours away. You already. I have other ones for you that I'm sending out to you. Don't worry. Don't worry. And so yeah. So at any point, the lines are open all night long. Feel free to call in anytime through any of those methods. Discord is definitely preferable. Yeah, just do it. Just do it. If you're going to do it, just do it through Discord. And you can hang out with us all night long if you want. So, oh, what happened to that? Okay, there we go. Now, all right, so first of all, now if you tuned into the show last night, Eric gave a little update on the Laughlin Conference, the UFO MegaCon, which, according to Eric, is like by far the best conference of the year. It's the most epic. And for anybody that wasn't listening last night, Eric, why don't you go ahead and give a little, share some experiences there. What was it like? Would you recommend people go there? Why should they go there? And what were some of the more interesting revelations that you had throughout that week or so out there? And yeah, but that's right, folks. It's like a week. It's like a 10-day conference out there. It's a full tilt boogie operation.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like Contact in the Desert ×3 without the pool.
Without the pool, right?
Well, actually, let me take that back. They do have a pool, but when we have Contact in the Desert, it's usually 90, 100 degrees. But out in Laughlin right now, it's around 65 or 70, which is nice. But this interesting. I went last year, and I'll give you an example. Bob Brown has been doing this conference for almost 20 years. It used to be International UFO Congress. And then I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago, he sold that. And that guy took what it used to be in Laughlin, and then he took that conference and took it to Fountain Hills, which is right in Gigi's neighborhood. And that was a great conference. I enjoyed that conference in Fountain Hills. And then they quickly shifted it over to Phoenix, where it's been the last few years, I believe. And Gigi and I got to hang out in Phoenix. I know I'm not talking about Laughlin, but I'm just reminiscing about our time with Jay Widener and Groovy Bean, and that was some fun times, right, Gigi?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Did we not get some major intel in that weekend, or what, bro? Seriously,
we really did.
We got the whole scoop on the whole cause, and I'm going to say some things tonight that are a little controversial. I'm not afraid to say my opinion. I'm not trying to dog anybody or accuse anybody of being a swindler or a con man, but the cosmic the secret boys, all the dirt came out, which it's always, because that's the thing that's frustrating was for me, and I think for a lot of people in the community is, they hear these stories, they kind of get a feel for what's going on, and maybe they have some information, but they don't have all the information, they don't know all the stories, so they have a hard time really trying to figure out what the F is going on. Can we swear on this show, by the way, or we got to keep the F out?
You can say whatever the fuck you fucking want.
So, and my thing is this is, I'll get to Laughlin in a second, but, I had my experiences starting like 3-4 years ago. And so it obviously, and I know Gigi and Dave have both had their experiences, maybe even more than I've had. But the point is once you have experiences, then it's real. And then, so now you're trying to figure out what it is and who else is experiencing it, and whoever it is you're talking to, you're trying to figure out, is this guy telling me a story that really happened, or is he just pulling my leg. So that's my deal. I'm out there trying to figure out who's telling the truth, who might be telling the truth, and who's just flat out a bullshitter. And anyway, so that's what's kind of fun going around. And I want to try tonight to share some of my insights and my opinions and some of the research that I've done. I believe that you can get a lot of information off the internet, talking to people on Twitter and Facebook or whatever. And, you can definitely get a lot of information, but the picture is never complete until, in my opinion, you're face to face with these people. You're sitting down either, across from their table or at a bar, or you're sitting in a restaurant, you're having lunch or dinner, and you're looking them in the eye and they're talking to you, and you get to observe them and your facial expressions and their body languages. And so you're getting a full picture of, and then you always hear stories that you never hear on the internet, that you will never find on Twitter or Facebook. So what's cool is you can take those stories and you can kind of add them to the mix with the other stories that we have access to. And then you get a more clear picture of what's going on. But anyway, so let's go back to Laughlin. So yeah, Laughlin's awesome. 10-day conference. Last year they had, I went there because I wanted to meet Richard Doty. A lot of people gave me shit for that. I just wanted to know I just wanted to see if this guy was an asshole or if he was like, I just wanted
the Mirage Man guy?
Yeah, the Mirage Man, Richard Doty. Yeah, it's
Yep.
counterintelligence. The whole Paul Benowitz story from the 80s.
Right.
And he got bashed hard, and but he was very humble. It was meeting him last year. I was surprised because he was very humble and he was very polite, and he was actually willing to stand there and answer my questions. And John Polk was there, and then so I thought, well, I'm going to just share with, of all people, to try to share information with Richard Doty. I thought, well, I know some experiencers that he probably doesn't know about, so I'm just going to throw some stories at Doty here and just to kind of see how he reacts to them. And so I would tell Doty some experiencer stories that I've gotten from people that are not public. And one of the stories that I told him that we'll talk about tonight is Eric Mitchell. And he kind of stepped back a little bit when I mentioned Eric Mitchell, because I don't think he expected me to know who he was. And so he says, yeah, Eric Mitchell, a lot of what he says is true, but I'm not sure about all of it. And I thought, well, that's interesting. So that's a rabbit hole that I want to go down in, because if he's telling me that a lot of what Eric Mitchell is saying is true, then I need to go and get to know Eric Mitchell and find out more about what Eric Mitchell is doing and what he's talking about. So anyway, that's kind of how it all works. Go ahead, Dave. I
was going to say Eric Mitchell is he's got like a whole, I don't know how many groups he has on for experiencers. He's experiencer himself. He's also part of, I believe, the Free Foundation, the Edgar Mitchell Foundation.
Correct.
And yeah,
he also does Starborn Support. If you're on Facebook, you can go on. He's on Starborn Support too. Have you heard of that yet?
I have not seen the Starborn Support yet.
Mm-mm. Yeah. Well, I didn't. This is interesting. We'll jump into Eric real quick, because he is actually a crisis counselor, but he doesn't talk about it and he doesn't make it public, although he will mention it if he's not afraid to tell you, but he's not out there bragging about it. But this Starborn Support, if people are experiencing abductions or are having experiences and they're freaking out over it, they call Eric, and then Eric kind of talks to them in a very calm and professional and very knowledgeable way, and kind of talks them down off the ledge. And anyway, so that's what he's been doing. So matter of fact, he got a call last night. I was talking to Eric a little bit on the phone. He says, I got to go. I got a crisis call coming in. And that he's kind of like a hotline, like a suicide hotline. I'm not saying that the experiencers are calling in and saying that they're suicidal, although they have been, he says. And he's actually told me that on a few occasions, some of these people have committed suicide. You won't read about it in the paper. You're not going to, what I mean? I'm not just throwing this out there to try to add, to make this all sound real fluffy and fancy, but this is the truth. These people are having experiences and it's blowing their mind. Very few people that have direct contact, CE5 or CE4 contact. I mean, I know that how excited I got when I saw a 40-foot chrome orb in the Mojave Desert for 5 seconds. I mean, that shifted my whole paradigm, and it totally changed my state of consciousness. But it didn't freak me out. But if that thing had come down and some beings had come out and they took me on their craft and they did shit to me, then I would fucking be freaked out. So I can, you know what I mean? So that's what's going on. And it's interesting because people are trying to figure out if UFOs are real, if the Tic Tacs are real, or if that's real. And I mean, here's my opinion: is of course UFOs are real. Of course, there's non-humans out there. Whether they live in the Earth, or they're coming from a different dimension, or they're coming from some other galaxy, or they're going through wormholes. I don't know the answers to those questions, but I do know they're coming. At least I believe that they're coming, and I do believe they're interacting with people, and I do believe that they're doing something, tinkering with DNA or something along those lines for whatever reasons. If you want to call it hybridization. That's probably what it is, but it's one of those things where if you look back at our history and how humans and mankind has evolved, I mean, we're probably not going to see the results of any hybridization program for at least 15, 20 years, maybe 40 years, maybe 100 years. I don't know, but it's one of those kind of things that's just going to kind of change over time, and we're all going to kind of grow to, see it and understand it, and maybe just, anyway, that's my little rant on that.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Good old fashioned. Now, also real quick, for those of you in the audience, in the chat room, in the YouTube chat, you want to make sure you're in live chat and not top chat. Top chat is censored, so you won't be able to see everybody's chats, and they'll censor shit that doesn't even have any cuss words in it too. Like nobody knows YouTube's bullshit algorithm, and it definitely applies here. So, and they make it really tricky too, because if you're on a cell phone, it'll say above the chat room, it'll say live chat, but then it'll say top chat right underneath it in little letters. So it makes you think you're in live chat, but you're not. It has to say live chat, live chat. It has to say it twice. That's when you're in there. If you're on a computer, it's pretty simple. It's just live chat or top chat. But make sure you're in live chat, otherwise you won't be able to see all the colorful comments throughout the night. So there you go. And you know what? Speaking of fuckery like that, Facebook.
Yeah, that's some stupid shit,
dude. So Facebook, I was putting out. We had Christopher Dunn on the show last night, and I put an ad out. I was trying to put an ad out on Facebook last week, and.
Oh, yeah.
You guys, if you've ever seen, our Twitter promos, it's just a picture of, picture of Chris, the Shift Happens logo, and the Fringe FM logo. That's it. And they wouldn't run the ad because there's too much text in the image. Are you fucking kidding me? How else am I supposed to advertise the show if I can't put the logo of the show in the fucking picture? So does anybody know anybody that works at Facebook? I'd really like to choke my way up that corporate ladder and figure out why the fuck they're not running my ads. Those pieces of shit. Anyway, just wanted to complain about that real quick.
You're on the list. I'm sure you're on the list, GG.
Gotta be.
I was a while ago.
Have you ever talked about the time that you and I had that conversation?
Over at Alien Snowfest back in 2016?
Yeah, but then after that, we were having conversations on the phone, and then I think that somehow something happened, and then there was that strange number that showed up, and then you remember that whole thing? I forget the details of that.
Yeah, it was pretty sketchy, and actually,
is that my audio? Or is Eric coming in and out?
Yeah, nope, that's Eric, and first of all, Eric, who is your cell phone service?
Okay, I'm gonna walk it to another location because I noticed that it's keep coming in and out, so I'm gonna try to get in a better spot. Is it better right now?
It sounds better right now. Now, I've got to say, out of everybody I've ever met in my life, I've never known another person who calls get cut out, dropped out, their videos lag. You just have the shittiest reception in humankind. Who is your
Okay, I've got 3 bars. I've got 3 bars now, so I should be good. I was talking to you on 2 bars, and now it's 3 bars, so I'm going to be okay, I think.
Much better. Now, who is your cell phone provider? I'm just curious. Who's your provider?
It's Verizon. Oh,
really? That's
Don't
surprising.
trip on it. I just I don't have good reception here, but I just walked around the backside of my house and I'm good now.
All right, yeah, you should be good to go. Good to go.
Let's go
And
back to Laughlin if we can, because there's more good
Yes.
shit I want to tell
yeah,
you. Okay, so
let us
go
have it.
to last year. We're gonna get to this year, but last year, this was a freaking all-star cast. We had the guys from the Nimitz guys that Gary Borhus, that's how you pronounce his name, and Patrick Hughes, I think, and then the other guy. Can't remember his name off the top of my head, but they were all there, and that was their first conference coming out and talking about their experience. And what was wild about that is they had never spoken at a conference before, but they went on stage and told their story, and the two of them literally were in tears. I mean, there was so much emotion. You know, it just was one of those things where you just knew they were telling the truth. These guys are not actors. I mean, they were in the Navy. You know, they're not actors, and so they were literally in tears, and they were kind of stumbling through their words. But they were there. Terry Cassidy was there. Bill Ryan was there from Project Avalon, and John Lear shows up. I got to talk to John Lear. I got to talk to John Lear about Bob Lazar out in the lobby with nobody around. It was pretty cool. He was just kind of hanging out there, and because he's not doing too good. So that was cool. Of course, Doty was there. Who else was there? It just was an all-star cast, and I was just like, God, I can't believe Bob Brown got all these people to come to one conference. So that got me psyched about the UFO MegaCon. So I knew that when this year rolled around, I was going to go again. So this year was all-star too. I mean, Jordan Maxwell did this amazing presentation on the Illuminati. His Illuminati presentation was off the chart. He had like 300 people standing ovation. He was there, and then you had Charles Hall, which we'll talk about Charles Hall tonight. Wanted to meet Charles Hall, the tall whites, back in 1965 and 66 when he claims to have worked at the Nellis Air Force Base as a weatherman. That's an interesting story. There was a lady named Kate from Norway. I can't pronounce her last name. It was like THOLB something or another. And she was with Mark D'Antonio. And he's kind of a skeptic kind of a guy. But anyway, she's an experiencer, abductee. And this blew my mind. So she's on stage giving her presentation. And on the screen, she's showing her x-rays that show the implants that are in her body, across her chest, in her nose area, down her back. So she's showing us on she's saying, she even put, this is who I went to, this is where I got these x-rays. So even though there's x-rays on the big screen, you know, there's no guarantee that those are hers, but what she did to prove that they were hers is she took out these magnets, little pin-sized magnets, and put them on the spots where her implants are. And she would lean over and shake, and these magnets would not fall off. So you know that these magnets were sticking to whatever implants are in her body. So once she kind of broke that down, then she went into her story. And so it added credibility and her story is a lot like all the other stories, you know, abduction, breeding, all that kind of stuff. So that was a good one. There was this guy named White Cloud, I think Derek White Cloud. There's 3 people there that literally said on stage that they were aliens. I mean, they were humans. You can look, but they're saying they're aliens. That was their whole deal. And so that was kind of heavy. Anytime, you know, a normal human-looking person gets on stage and tells a 1-hour story about why they're aliens, that's always interesting. And then Brad Olson was there. Of course, Brad's awesome. Talked about his Antarctica. I think Deep Prasad. You guys have heard of Deep Prasad. He's 23. He's brilliant guy. He talked about his experiences. George Knapp came out.
George Knapp
came out. He was interviewing people in the lobby. Yeah, so I mean, again, it was one of those deals where I was there for 5 days. I would have liked to have stayed for 10 days, but there was another conference in San Francisco the next weekend that was called the San Francisco UFO Con, put on by Lorian Fenton, which last year that conference was excellent. Or 2 years ago, that was an excellent conference. That's where I met Jason Quitt, John D'Souza, and our friend Gigi Bruce May.
Right.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. So anyway, so this year they had Chris Bledsoe. And everybody that's following the whole phenomenon has probably heard of Chris Bledsoe, and so he was there, and then Eric Mitchell was there, and that's really why I wanted to go there. I really wanted to meet Chris Bledsoe and Eric Mitchell. So instead of me just continually rambling, we'll segue into those stories, because those stories are a key component to what's really happening. And when I kind of break some of that stuff down for you guys tonight, I think it'll fill in some of those puzzle pieces that might be floating around in your head.
Yeah, I think that's important.
Yeah. So, any callers yet, or am I just rambling still?
I really got to put that number out more and just put it out there. And the number again, I believe, is, where the heck did that number go?
Yeah, I just posted in the
661?
YouTube chat. 661-772-7825. Now, also, if you can call in and just hang out on the show for the whole show if you want to. And if you want to do that, I just put a link to the Beyond the Strange Discord channel. So if you go in there, you'll see me and Dave hanging out in the general voice channel in that Discord. And if you just click that, bam, you're in there, and you can hang out with us that way as well. So which either one suits your fancy.
Can they actually hear the show in there, Gigi, or just us talking?
They will. They would have to have the show playing, also.
Okay.
But yeah, they would hear you and me. Oh, I guess they wouldn't hear. Actually, you know what?
They won't hear me.
I could switch it to where. You know what? I could actually fix that. I could switch it to where they're hearing everything coming in from.
Gigi, you spent time on all these phone calling logistic numbers. Just give the 661 number. It's simple.
Yeah, but that's only
keep it simple.
That's only one person at a time, though. With the Discord, we could have like 4 people
already. More than between you, me, and Dave. That's plenty already. If you get one more, I mean, that's a full house right there. We don't need 8 people on the show.
We could use 20. But,
use 20. Let's get some chaos going.
All right. So now I have it.
No, that's cool. Yeah, just call in at number 661-772-7825.
Well, and now it is set up to where if you join the Discord chat, you can hear everything. All the audio is going in.
Hey,
so
nice. There we go. So we got a show going on in Discord.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, you can listen that way, or you can listen on
Dave,
YouTube.
I want to ask Dave a question, because it's been a while since I've talked to Dave. I mean, Dave and I, we used to hang out. Remember that one night years ago that you actually, it was pretty cool. You invited me in that one Discord chat, and there was that guy, I can't remember his name, that lives out there in Washington State, or way up there, that was kind of one of these experiencer, abductee kind of guys. Who was his name? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Up in Washington State.
Yeah, I forget the guy. But anyway, he used to be a part of your show, Beyond the Strange, and then part of our little chat group that we had going. And it was me, you, I think Les Johnson was on there. Gigi, I think, was in
Rick.
Rick?
Rick Sennett?
No, it was a different guy. He was going through hell. I mean, he's going through hell, and he was like, his story was amazing. And then I said, I got to hear this story. And then you kind of dialed me in on the conversation. And then we all kind of hung out for like 3 hours. I can't remember the guy's name, but anyway.
Wow. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was before Discord. It had to have been, because Les was never in the Discord channel.
Yeah.
So what questions do you have, Dave? Because I know you're into this. What sort of things are floating around in your head that you kind of want to dial in on? I'm kind of curious.
Well, I mean, I think you're covering it pretty good, but I haven't really delved into the whole to the stars thing with what's his name from Blink 182.
Tom
Yeah,
DeLonge.
Tom DeLonge.
Tom DeLonge. Yeah, was that a name we wanted to stay away from?
Well, I think it's
No,
pronounced
that's
Tom the Schlong, but uh, DeLonge is acceptable though too.
That's funny.
Wow, my vape smoke is making a little cool effect on my background there. That's pretty tight.
Oh, these guys are. I'll answer a sec. You're Tom DeLonge. Okay, I was just gonna ask these guys in Discord real quick if they can hear everything. So, I think so. You can
Well,
hear it.
well, you have to
If,
be in the voice channel to hear it through Discord.
okay, gotcha. But they can't chat at the same time.
Yeah, they can chat too.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go, guys.
So yeah,
Wanna-
if you're in the Discord, if you look to the left, you'll see me and Dave's icons underneath General voice channel. So if you click General, you will be included, and you'll be on the show, and you'll be able to hear it. So, but if you don't want to talk, you can just click in there and mute yourself, and just listen that way as well. Or you can just listen on YouTube. We got a lot of shit going on here. A lot of different ways to do it.
Shit.
Whatever works.
Actually, Eric, what I've been really delving into more and more is a lot of predictive programming. Like what's going on in the movies, what's going on on TV, and I've just been seeing a lot. I've been noticing a lot of outbreak virus stuff before the coronavirus. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering if we were going to talk about tonight. When it first came out, when the news first broke, I didn't get too panicky about it, but then, as you guys know, more and more stories came out, and so there was a moment there where I wasn't panicked, but I suddenly became more concerned, and then so I started doing more research and looking back. I even posted on my Twitter feed, I think today, all the various viruses that have come along over the last 20 years, and then there's this. Here's what's beautiful is if you could find the right people to follow on social media, a lot of people are out there researching their own thing, and then they share it. So then if you're following the right people, you can get information very quickly, because like this guy posted a graph that showed, when the coronavirus first was reported, and then how there's a graph shows it peaking, and then it shows a graph it's starting to come down, and then it shows that comparison to other viruses. And then anyway, what it basically showed me is that I could be totally wrong. It's just my current opinion is that this thing's getting really hyped up. I think maybe overhyped. I did listen to a podcast actually by the World Health Organization that was on the scientific podcast show that another group that I follow. These are like actual scientists that study these things, and they're saying that the people that are actually that are dying are people usually over 60 that are already not healthy, that don't have a strong immune system. And I think where the fear porn comes in is people thinking, oh shit, man, anybody can get this. It's like, I remember when AIDS came around, it's like, for me, it was like, oh shit, man, I'm not going to have sex for a while. I'm not going to take swear to God, man, it freaked me out for a little while. I was like, I mean, I wasn't like one of these guys running around, like an idiot, but it just made me stop and think. So, but the coronavirus, and then there's a other conspiracy theory that is that that there's it's a political thing, and they used it to kind of shake up the markets, and obviously the stock market took a hit.
Oh, big time this week! It really just plunged big time.
And and if and I don't play stocks because I know that I have no control. The people that are manipulating the stock market that's their game. And the deal is that, if they can make it crash, they can make just as much money on the crash as they can on the uptick. Right.
Yep.
So if they can control the news and the information, like you talked about predictive programming, and they can get people to think that there's this horrible, serious situation that's going to, this is Armageddon, and FEMA camps are coming, and you'll save, go get in the mountains and get your bunker and your canned food and your water and hide from, that's the fear porn. I'm not going to go for that, but the thing is that there's a lot of very, very wealthy people that made a boatload of money off this coronavirus thing already because of the market, the stock market. So now what's going to happen is, and I'm just predicting, is that this coronavirus is eventually going to kind of get itself under control. And that's the news story now, but I'm going to be willing to bet you that 6 months from now, that's not going to be the news story anymore. Maybe even less than 6 months. There's going to be another news story, some other crisis or situation or whatever.
Well, the thing is, the virus tends to go for a while. We've seen this with the Zika. We've seen this with Ebola. Now we've seen this with various, highly contagious diseases. And, you'll see a spike for a minute, and then next thing you know, it calms down for a little bit. But then, it mutated. Here it comes again. And, and then there you go. So it does seem like it's a constant roller coaster. Now, where I live right outside of Napa, the Napa Valley here in North Cal. Solano County got hit with its first case of the coronavirus. And this was what scares me, because the fact that this person supposedly was not around anyone, but first of all, wasn't in Wuhan, China, was not near the cruise ship, was in supposedly just here in the area the whole time. Came down with the sickness, went to the hospital, then came to the hospital over here. By the way, I do live right next to Travis Air Force Base, where they're bringing those people from China and monitoring them. So I'm kind of like a ground zero, if you think about it, with some of what's going on with this coronavirus. And I have not heard anything on their condition to see if anything has changed. But supposedly she was coming down with symptoms, and then they finally got her at UC Davis in Sacramento, California.
Yep, and then it dawned on me. Who do I go to for the best, the highest quality research? And I thought John Rappaport. And
yes,
you guys thought about John Rappaport, but go look at his information. He just put out a long, just a few days ago, a long, spiel on his take, and he talks about the 5G and a lot. And that's another thing that's a concern that China and their air quality and the 5G, and you kind of blend that into the whole thing, and that scares me more than the coronavirus. Actually, the 5G.
I've been hearing about that. Mm-hmm.
Well, and I've been reading a lot of research that 5G and the coronavirus are very much connected. I'm not sure. Have you looked into that, Eric?
Russ Bailey dropped something in the Beyonders Crew Facebook group about the 5G and the coronavirus together, how it, when they turn it on, it kind of like switches on a switch, then all of a sudden people start getting it more that way.
Yeah, like, to make a long story very short. By the way, Russ, that was a really good article. I'm glad you posted that in there.
Yeah, man.
So basically, by using they can use 5G to select who they want the virus to affect, who they want to be infected with the virus using 5G. And here's the kicker: guess where the very first 5G tower that ever went live was? Take a wild guess, Eric.
China?
Wuhan, China.
I don't know.
Wuhan,
That's
China.
what I thought, yeah.
2 months before the virus broke out in Wuhan, China.
Yeah.
And
this is good because, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say another good point that Dave made a few weeks ago is, no more Hong Kong riots. As soon as that virus came out, you got to think about that too.
Yeah, like right when you heard about it in Wuhan, it was like, yeah, all of a sudden we stopped hearing about those Hong Kong riots. So what do you think?
Well, it's two pieces of the puzzle that seem to fit. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some serious fuckery going around in this situation. Let's see. Well, okay, so I guess it's working for some people in Discord and some people it's not. All right, Elf. Elf wants to come in. So here's what we're gonna do, Elf. I'm gonna give you the number that sucks: 928-485-4856. Call that number. It's probably gonna not answer it, and then I'm just gonna call you back. Okay? There you go. That way you can just hang out with us for a while, and we can leave the other line open. Sound good? All right. There you go. Now, but anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, lots of fuckery going on in this situation.
Yeah. Oh, and also I'm noticing like they're definitely throwing it in the presidential race right now, where I'm seeing Mike Bloomberg. You know, of course, you know he's just hashing out all these commercials left and right, and attacking Trump, saying that Trump's not doing anything about the coronavirus. Of course, he's going to do something about this, and you know that's why you should vote for him. This, I mean, you know, I can't even turn on the TV with just all this bullshit you're seeing. You know, it's like it's just crazy. It's just better to leave that shit off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what? I've got. I don't know about you guys, but on my cable TV, I favorited all the channels that I like, and I can tell you this: CNN and Fox and the news channels. None of those. I can't even flip through my channels and see them because I've deleted them.
Yeah, there you.
I got PBS, History Channel, Travel Channel, Discovery Channel, you know, ESPN, of course, TNT, TBS, and a few others. But I only put on I can only click and get the ones that are on my favorite list. So I recommend that if you want to. You got to just detach from that fucking bullshit, man.
Exactly, and you know, and that makes it worse because from what they're saying, you know, if you want to try to beat this virus, you got to stay healthy, not only mind but you know, body and mind. And how can you when you're stressed out about all this bullshit going around with the virus?
Yeah. And now, real quick, so we've got somebody just called in on the hangout line. I believe that's Elfman. Is that you, Pat?
Yep, it's me.
Hey.
What up, Elf?
Welcome to the party.
Hey, I wanted to get on with that 5G thing real quick, man. So here's my thoughts on that. Everybody's freaking out about 5G, about China had the first 5G tower and all this. And I'm just kind of chuckling because I'm sitting back thinking all the nanoparticles that get sprayed down on us all over the world from the airplanes, and people are freaking out about 5G. That's why I think the 5G thing is kind of a distraction.
Well, and here's the other side. Further into it, though, is I've been looking into a lot of pretty credible research. One of Mike Barra's guys he turned me on to, and actually Parrot Guy, if you remember Parrot Guy from all those conferences, Eric, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway,
yes,
there it seems
Andrew Bashak. Right.
It seems there's a lot of very convincing circumstantial evidence that suggests that there are two separate things happening right now that people are lumping into one thing called coronavirus. But it seems like that there's two things. There's the virus, but there's also this airborne chemical weapon that they're, you know, just like they do with chemtrails, you know, that kind of shit. There's an airborne agent that's playing a part in a lot of this news that's they're whether mistakenly or whether knowingly batching it in with the coronavirus scare. But there really seems to be two different catastrophes happening right now. And they're basically covering up the air agent by attributing its effects to the coronavirus as well.
Oh. Well, it goes back to what Dave said right away, the predictive programming, the social conditioning. I mean, that's been going on forever. And, you know, if we get freaked out about this, imagine if down the road they start to push this threat thing on the UFO, you know, ET military, you know, to the stars, you know, that whole threat thing. If that continues to grow, then that's going to be the fear. That's going to be the fear porn down the road. And I think more people are going to be afraid of the potential of an alien invasion, which is total bullshit to me. But the uneducated public's going to they'll be more freaked out about the alien invasion than they would about possibly catching some sort of flu virus. That's actually, from what I'm hearing, it's not like instant death. I mean, you know, but anyway, that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and yeah, there's just a lot of we just gotta wait and see. Um, but at the same time, there's still more people are still dying of the flu than are
Mm-hmm.
dying of the coronavirus. Like it's yeah, I feel like it's definitely being blown out of proportion a little bit, but I don't know. I just think
It's
there's a
being
little.
strategically, manipulated. Definitely, in certain parts of the country. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying I don't know anyone in Italy saying that Italy is totally shut down, just like China, that kind of thing. Japan is closing down all their schools. So I mean, what's really going on? Do we trust our media, which I don't really do it myself? But then again, you have social media where it's fake news, as they say. So who do you trust? you know, it's just all I can say. All I would say is to everyone is just you should be prepared. I'm not saying go out and buy everyone's products that are pushing on the goddamn radio stations. I don't do that on my show, But it's like it would hurt to get a can of spam and some ramen, put away for a rainy day and along with a gallon of water. I'm just saying that's not going to save you, but just think along those lines. Pick up some stuff as you go into to the grocery store. It's going to last a while. Grab some gallons of water for sure, and just make sure you got enough food for you and your family in case something does hit the fan.
Yeah, you straight up never know. Straight up never know.
There's one thing about the virus that really kind of floors me.
Oh, go ahead.
Is the one thing they've used in tech-wise is the UV lights they've used that for a long time in, the big hospitals. I don't understand why they're not using that or telling people, hey, or even finding out if that technology even works against this virus, because it works against so many. That's the kind of stuff you got to sit back and wonder, why are we not doing proactive stuff instead of just telling people, hey, everything's fine? Got to look at both sides. Seems a little weird on some ends.
Yes, there's a lot of weirdness. Absolutely. That's the main thing. There's a lot of
when they
bizarre shit
here's
here.
the one thing that blew my mind is when those people in California when they brought them back from China, they ended up going to Cali or whatever. Then from there, they put them into the middle of the country in Nebraska. Now, common sense to me would be like, keep it in a quarantine space. That
Exactly.
means if you bring them in California, you keep them there. Why would you bring it to the middle of the country?
Yeah, and dude, I heard. By the way, I heard that North Korea had a case, and they just shot the dude on the spot, and that was a wrap.
Well, Kim Jong or Il or whatever his name is, there was an article I read today, man. He flat out told their CDC people or whatever he calls them in his country, he flat out said, this better not go nowhere because it'll be on you. When he says that, you know what happens.
Exactly. Now we've got another caller on the line, area code 916. Who art thou? Where doth thine come from?
Hello?
Hey, you're live. Who are you?
Okay. Fine, thanks. This question is for Eric.
Okay.
Hi, Eric.
Is this Tabs?
Awakening man, right?
That's him.
Is this my Twitter friend? My Japanese American Twitter friend by chance? I'm right on.
No.
Yeah, we've been chatting for a few years.
No, this is not her.
Yeah, I remember.
This is Bunny Flynn.
Okay.
I was talking
Bunny.
to
Okay,
you
yeah.
on Twitter today.
Cool.
What's that?
I'm sorry. I remember we tweeted today. What's
Yeah.
your question, sweetie? Fire away.
Wow, I can't. You're breaking up a lot, so I don't know if it's my phone or.
Oh no, Eric might be breaking out a little bit, but we can all hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Funny.
Okay, well, I'll just talk. So yeah, I was talking to you on Twitter today about some, YouTubers, and I was asking you questions about them and blah blah blah. I don't really want to say their names, but anyway, My question though is because at the beginning you said you were at this event, and first of all, that sounded like an amazing event. And then you said that 3 people got up and said they were aliens. Can you
Yes.
elaborate on that at all? Like any details at all?
One guy's name Jerry Wills, Wills. The other guy is I have to look. I've got his DVD in my room, but if I go back in there, I might lose you. What I'll do is at some point here, if we take a break or I'm not talking, I'll go get the information. I'll post it on Twitter. But I did buy the DVDs. So what I will be doing, good news is this is, as you notice, I got a little portable DVD player, and what I'll do is I'll take my iPad and I'll just go live Periscope so I can share these DVDs with you guys. So these people that
cool.
said that they were that. I'll be playing that on Twitter in the very near future. Yeah, there was one guy named Harder, Harter. I think it was Jim Harder or James Harder, and he got on stage, and there was a lady on there and with him, and he was saying that he was ET, but I'm just gonna say right out that I didn't feel that guy's vibe. I just I'm not saying he is or isn't, but I wasn't feeling it. So whatever he was saying, I kind of walked out after about 20 or 30 minutes because it just wasn't resonating with me. But this guy, Jerry Wills, he's smooth. And, it's like this. It's like, we'll just use Corey Good as an example. And I'm not going to bash Corey Good,
right.
but the deal is
that's who we were talking about today.
If you could tell a story, for example, and you've done your homework and you've got your research and you've got your story in your mind and you know exactly how you want to bring it, and you're good at telling your story, I think it's not too difficult to convince a certain amount of people that it's possible or it's plausible. So this guy Jerry Wills, he was very convincing. So it could be. He might be. I think when they say they're aliens, I think what they actually mean is they're hybrids. That they're,
right.
They've got their cosmic star family. That's somehow their DNA and their past life memories are all blended into this new human, this human suit that they walk around in, and so they have this knowledge and awareness that most humans wouldn't have because they're connected. You know what I'm saying? It's that whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
It's always interesting. But here's the deal: is you can never prove really that whether they're really being there or not. That's the hard part.
But I think you've been around enough to know, to have an inner knowing.
Yeah.
That if they vibe or not. And just like
their information.
The people that
I'll say this: the information that they share it does make sense to me. Whether that information is coming in some sort of channel, or maybe they're really connected somehow to some star family. That's I guess it could be. But if the information's good and it's positive and it's not trying to get in anybody's pocket or try to control these societies, then I'm cool with it. But when you start trying to make it kind of like a cult, then that's when I back away. So, but anyway.
I mean, that's what like half of Twitter is always, arguing about is who's real, who's not. So, but I know what you're talking about. Okay. Well, that was my question, and I'll see you on Twitter.
Yeah, I'll keep posting. And then Charles Hall, that guy is he's my main focus right now. I don't know if you saw my Charles Hall part 1, 2, 3, 4.
I commented
go watch that.
I commented it. Oh, I love Charles Hall. I heard him for the first time, like 5-7 years ago, and I believe him. I don't have any doubt that he's telling the truth. I don't need any proof. That's the thing. I don't need any proof. I feel it, I feel if someone's telling the truth or not. So, yeah, that was really good. Thank you for putting that up.
Well, if you want to hang on, you can, but I'm going to tell you a story. Since you brought it up, this is a perfect time to do we do breaks, guys, or we just keep rolling? Just so I know. We're just going to keep rolling until
we're going to keep rolling.
We usually don't, but if any of you want to take a break at any point in time, we got enough people on here, the rest of us can keep going.
Yeah, Skype is actually showing
so
on the screen everything we're chatting and we're messaging in Skype. So let's not do that.
We need to have a Hangouts backup, bat channel, is what we should have done. But too late.
That's weird.
And by the way,
Discord.
We do have. All right, so yeah, we got Tabs in the Discord. We got Jen in the Discord. Pat's with us on the Skype number, and
Hey guys, this is Tabs.
From Discord?
Hey, what's happening, Tabs?
Hey, can I just interject? My question is going to be real quick. So if I can interject real quick, is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Great show, by the way. Long time, first time. I do feel like the level of questioning's been a little softball tonight, but anyway, Eric, what is Dr. Pasulka's bird name?
Bring the hardball, bro. I'm ready for the fastball.
This is your
miles
first
right
question.
up under my chin. Bring it, brother.
You know there are many questions. You know. But my first question is, what is Dr. Pasulka's bird name? Thank you.
All right.
What was say? I couldn't hear him. We'll say that again.
Said
Sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is Dr. Pasulka's bird name?
What's his bird name?
Her bird name.
Her bird name.
Are we talking about Diana with the P, Pasulkas or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really looked into her. I've heard about her. I mean, she came and made a splash, and then I heard that somebody hacked her account, but I honestly haven't had time, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated comment on that. So I probably shouldn't. That's one thing. There's so many people out there, so many stories. It's hard to track them all. I would take 18 hours a day, 7 days a week to track them all.
Fair enough.
Even then,
fair enough. You don't.
But
what
do you know? I'm curious.
That's fine.
What's your
no, you don't want to answer the question. That's fine. I mean, I know you know what her bird name is. So, but anyway, great show, guys. I'm having a lot of fun. I'll keep listening. Cheers.
All right. Well, there you go. Now we have another person coming in on the Hangout line. Whoever that was, I'm calling you back. I'm gonna bring you in that way. Let's see. Whoops. Son of a bee sting. All right, that was the wrong button. Hey, Dave, can you turn your camera off and back on again? And let's see. You guys are there, right?
Yeah. Somebody else calling in right now?
Yeah, I'm working on getting them in. Dave.
Okay, by doing that, can I tell a story real quick, or do you want to just kind of fuck around with your call system?
Yeah, go ahead while I do this.
Okay, so check this out. So I recommend that if you have Facebook, go follow Steve Barone, Barone, and he was on Fade to Black not too long ago. He's got that YouTube channel called UFOs over Las Vegas. You guys know what I'm talking about, right, Gigi? And do you know what I'm talking about, Dave?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just came back. What was that?
Do you know about Steve Barone, UFOs over Las Vegas, out there in Summerlin, right near the Red Rocks, right near Nellis Air Force Base? He's been filming UFOs out there for a while. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I've got him on my Facebook.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Not this shit again. Okay. All right. Sorry, keep going.
The hell was that?
Well, I'm just saying, whoever's listening, go follow him, because he had some videos that he posted a few months ago of one particular object that kind of morphed into what looked to be a different object, and then a small object came from that. Whatever it was came down to the ground, and anyway, he filmed it for 40 minutes, and the filming and the quality of the film was excellent. So I believe when I saw that there's just no way that was. First of all, there's no way it was a plane. It couldn't have been a helicopter, because actually the day after he posted that, I called the Las Vegas Air Patrol and asked them if there were any incidents out there in the Red Rock Canyons right near Summerlin last night. And I didn't tell him why I was asking. He says, no, we've had no incidents. And I says, do you guys do any training out there? Have you ever heard of Nellis doing training out there? And he said, no. So what it told me is whatever it was he filmed, in my opinion, it was legit. It was very legit. And so here's where I'm going to spin this is if you take the Charles Hall story out there at the Creek, it happened out there in the Indian, what was it called? The Dogbone Lake, Indian Mountains, there's also the Creech Air Force Base that's out there now in the mountainous area. And also Area 51 is only about 10 miles from the Dogbone Lake. So this is where Charles Hall claims that he was stationed and doing the weather thing and interacting with these tall whites. And eventually he says he interacted with some grays and some Norwegian 28 people. But I'm going to just throw this crazy story at you guys, which could be total bullshit, but it's possible. And this is why, if Charles Hall is telling the truth, and there is this ET race that's living out there, and whether they're in the earth or they're coming and going, I don't know, but they've got spaceships or whatever. If you look at that video that Steve Barone posted, and you watch how it moves, and you watch this little white object come out down to the ground and then spin back up. So in Charles Hall's story, he talks about how the tall whites, they've got their children, is what he says, and sometimes they get loose. And anyway, so my theory, my conspiracy theory was that craft that we saw in Steve Barone's video could have been the ET craft, maybe even a tall white craft, and they were looking for something like maybe one of their children or something, because this literally is like, I mean, you can drive there through the if you could drive straight, you could be there in 10 minutes from where Charles Hall was stationed, where Steve Barone's filming all these objects flying around, and it's you just anyway. I would say follow Steve Barone, and I think you're going to get some good information about real UFO that are flying around out there in Las Vegas. I mean, that's my tip on that.
Well, what I can say about that, even though I do follow Steve Barone, I think I might have seen one of his videos, but we had a guest, Gigi and I had a guest over at from Twitter. She goes by Big Sister, and she lives in Las Vegas as well, and she's got her camera on 24/7. It just records all kinds of stuff in the sky. It's ridiculous, and they're not planes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff happening out there as well. That's what I can say about that.
Yeah. And now,
and Art Pahrump.
Pahrump.
I was just gonna say.
Art Bell lived in Pahrump, right on the same, within 5 miles of where all this is happening. Which I'll bet you. Too bad Art Bell's not alive anymore, because this story would have been right up his alley. You know what I mean? It's so cool to talk to him about.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, it is a shame that he's gone. Now, so we got a whole gang of people hanging out in the voice channel in Discord. We got Eyes Open, Jen, Stephanie's in there, the Night Stalker's in there. Thanks for hanging out, guys. If you guys have a question or comment at any point in time, feel free to butt in. We also have another caller on the Hangout line, and also don't forget Pat is still here. Now the new caller on this is a full-blown party now. The new caller is from area code 602. Who art thou?
Yeah, this is Tom from Phoenix.
Hey, Tom.
Tom for Phoenix, the infamous. I don't have a question for Mike, but I do want the book.
I didn't. I got surprised by that. I got a question this time.
My
bad.
Tom, you're Stephanie's boyfriend, right, Tom?
Yeah, we met. I'm in the house with no doors.
Yeah, that's right.
Nothing much, man. I'm just dealing with this Kobe thing. It's still kind of rough.
Your question, I want to on this call. Stay on the line, because I want to remind you about what happened when I came out and stayed the night at your house. Remember that?
Man, I saw some of your tweets about it, but it kind of makes sense.
No, but do you remember? Go ahead.
Go for it.
Go.
All right.
You go.
All right, Eric, you go first.
Okay. No, Tom. Let's hear your question, Tom, and then I want to remind you that Stephanie. I know Stephanie remembers.
Yeah. I mean, I was just calling because you guys were talking about Las Vegas. I was trying to keep it in the Southwest and wondering if any of you had any knowledge on the John Edmonds Stardust Ranch. I know me and Stephanie have drove up by that, checked it out a couple times. The story is just so wild. I was wondering if anyone had heard anything to confirm that, or what's going on up there.
Are we talking about the samurai sword to the alien?
Yes, the samurai sword, the guy with the machete, the things piled up in the pool. It just sounds ridiculous, but like, I don't know. Like, weird things happen up here.
That's true.
Yeah, I'll say this. I think you guys might have heard this story before, but a couple of years ago, Javi had that conference in Cottonwood, and he told me that we had, what's his name, Camacho, what's the guy that's the researcher in Mexico? You've had him on your show before, Dave. What's the guy's name again? Victor Camacho? Or is it
Victor Camacho? Don't.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a boxer. Hector Macho.
No, it's not that. It's not. It's not Victor, but it's a Camacho. But anyway, he's a Spanish. He's a researcher. He's out there in the caves in Mexico.
The artifacts guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but so anyway, so we're at that conference in Cottonwood, and Javi says, I saw some aliens out there in the mountains over there, not too far from Goodyear, Arizona, which is where the ranch is that Edmonds has, and I said, and he says, yeah, we're going to take a drive out there. I want to show you. We're going to bring our cameras out there, and we're going to film them. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I'll take a drive out there. I've never been out there before. And then, but what really closed me on the idea of even driving out there from Cottonwood was that he says, yeah, John Edmonds lives out there. I know where he lives. I know where his ranch is. I go, really? I go, cool. Well, then if we're going to go out there, we got to drive by the ranch. I want to get a picture. And so anyway, we did go out there. We got out there. It was almost dark. And Stardust Ranch, or where it is, and for some reason the gate was open. I mean, this massive metal gate, and the gate was open, and I could see all the way down his long dirt driveway to where his house was, that there was lights on. So I thought, this is strange. Maybe the guy just leaves his gates open. So Javi's in the car with me, and Mr. Camacho and his wife, and there was another lady that was in there too. That's a psychic, also an experiencer too, by the way. And I said, you guys, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but I want to talk to this guy, Edmonds. I said, so I'm just gonna open the door, get out of the car, I'm gonna walk up the driveway, and I'm gonna see if he's home. You guys know me. I was like, that was my thinking. So that's what I did. So I walked up there, and then when I got close to his house, all of a sudden the light came on in his car. So he had been sitting in his car the whole time. I guess he was on his cell phone or something. And then all of a sudden the light comes on. He opens his door up, and I said, I don't mean to startle you. I'm sorry. I just saw your gate was open, and I go, are you John Edmonds? He said, yeah. And I said, so I heard you're trying to sell your property, and I said, I'm just curious if you can, Anyway, I just struck up a conversation with the guy about his property. He was trying to get $5 million for the ranch at that time, which was kind of astronomical if you ask me. And anyway, so what was weird is that within less than a few minutes, he goes into this story, because I think what I asked him, I go, yeah, I saw your video, and I know Terry Cassidy's been here, and I saw the video with the gray and the picture, and then apparently somebody chopped his head off, and I just kind of threw that out there real quick. I said, Are you still having experiences out there? Are there still things happening out here? And he goes, yeah, as a matter of fact, last week, he said, I had 7 of them in my living room. He says, I had the reptilians in there, and there was the mantis people, and it was like a whole slew of a congregation of aliens from all these, wherever, inner Earth galaxies, whatever. And so he's telling me this story, and I'm going, fuck, this is cool, man. This guy's just telling me the story. It's the first time I've ever heard it. It just happened last week. I'm like, anyway, so we're kind of rattling on and on and on. And then his wife comes home, and she gets out of her car, and she goes, who are you? And what are you doing in my driveway? And he goes, honey, it's okay, chatting. So anyway, I could tell the wife was kind of irritated that I was even on their property. So I just kind of excused myself and said, let's nice to meet you. He gave me his phone number. I said, maybe. That's when I was doing the quantum hologram matrix with the Polk. We were heavy on getting guests, and I was going to have them on the show. So now I'm going to get to the good part, the better part. So Javi and I get back in the car, and we're driving towards this. We're on this desert road that's dirt, but it's a good dirt road. Let's put it that way. And we're just driving and driving. I go, Javi, where are we going? He says, we're going to go. There's a secret base out here. I said, what? I go, are you serious? I mean, come on, Javi, it's late. And so we were driving for like 10, 20 minutes in the desert on this dirt road. I'm not kidding you. and we can't see any lights. There's nothing. And I'm thinking, man, this Javi what the fuck's going on here? So finally, after 20 minutes of driving, we could finally see way out there these lights. And I'm thinking, and he goes, there it is. That's it out there. I go, okay, well, let's keep going then. So we drove out there, and it was whatever it was like a compound. There was these gates, fences that were 12 feet high with barbed wire, and there was a building, and it had like lights on it, but it didn't look like there was no activity. There was no cars there. I don't know what it was, but it was way out there in the middle of nowhere. So we figured out that whatever it was, we're not gonna figure it out tonight. So this is where it gets interesting. So we turn around. We're heading back now. We're heading back towards trying to get to the freeway so we can get back on the freeway and head back to Cottonwood. And on our way back, there was a mountain range that's directly across from John Edmonds Ranch. Directly. I'm going to guess it was maybe 5 to 8 miles if you were going to just look at the range. The mountains were huge. Whatever they're called, I'd have to go back and look and see.
I know the range.
What's that?
I know that range. I don't know what it's called, but I know
what it's called.
What you're talking about.
Yeah. So we're driving towards that mountain because apparently the road that we're on is we're going to make a left eventually, and then that road's going to take us all the way down to this freeway entrance. So, and then all of a sudden, we all saw it. There was a light that was just kind of hanging out, hovering there, not above the mountains, not on the ground, but like in the middle range of the mountains. So we all saw it, and we're just kind of, and none of us knew that if there were roads up there or we had no idea if that was, maybe there's maybe a campsite up there. We didn't, none of us knew, but we're still looking at this light thinking this is interesting. We're not thinking it's a UFO, but we're just thinking this is interesting. So we're driving and we're getting closer and closer, and this light, it's not moving, and then it starts to move, and it's going left to right still staying along kind of like the middle section of the mountain, and as we get closer, it just kind of, wherever it went, I don't know, but it didn't really I don't know, I want to say vanished, but it kind of vanished. And I thought we're all thinking, man, this is fucking weird. What was that? I said, Javi, just drive right to the base of this mountain. I got to know if there's roads there or is there houses there? So we drove all the way up to the base of this mountain, and there were no roads. There were no homes up there. This is raw mountain. So whatever that light was, it wasn't campers. It wasn't somebody driving around up there. And then this was a mind blower. So I was curious. I thought, well, maybe somebody else saw this light. So the next day I go on YouTube. I'm just kind of searching around to see if anybody's posted any videos of lights in that area. And this video still might be on YouTube. If I knew we were going to talk about this tonight, I'd have it ready for you guys. But some guy and his girlfriend filmed these lights. There were several of them. Really good video right over that same mountain where we saw that one light on that same evening at that same time. So so back to Edmonds. Do I think things are happening at Edmonds Ranch? I do. I would have to say I do believe that things are happening there. Do I believe all the stories about chopping heads off and reptilians sitting in his living room? I don't. I'm not feeling that. I'm thinking that he might have concocted that. I'm not saying he's lying. He might be telling the truth, but I think he concocted that to try to increase the value of his.
That's what I was just about to say. I was just about to ask, like, how much do you think his $5 million home evaluation after, like, he bought it for like $25,000 had to do with the stories that came out? I mean, the stories are. I don't know how you make it up, but.
I mean, that he probably was like $2 or $3 million over real market value. I think. But let me say,
horse ranch he has to upkeep.
Anybody that Carrie Cassidy promotes, I'm skeptical of. Let me just say.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Now, Eric, if you have a link to that video you were talking about, if you can just text me the link, I could pull it up.
I think that's one of those stories that I researched like 2 years ago, and I'd have to go back and
okay.
It would probably take me 20 minutes and find the video, but
okay.
But anyway, maybe the next time I come on, I'll have some link. I'll have some pictures, some videos, and links to share with you guys, and post them in.
Right on.
But yeah, I mean, you guys know Phoenix is a hot spot. That whole desert area is a hot spot. I mean, it's no doubt about it. I mean, she's fucking Phoenix Lights. There's no goddamn way that was a secret spacecraft. I mean, come on. I heard from the native Indians, Clifford Mahooty, and several other tribal people that live on reservations out there. They said that thing was tracked over several reservations, over 3 or 4 states. Even I heard that even people in Canada reported seeing that 1997 Phoenix Light. So I mean,
yeah, they had northern towns seeing it before it came down to Phoenix.
Exactly.
They had several towns seeing it. It wasn't just in one spot.
And it went over New Mexico, the Zuni reservation in New Mexico, because Clifford Mahooty told me his son lives there. And they said they saw that thing, and it was huge right over the reservation. And let me tell you, Indians don't lie, in my opinion. I mean, if you could get a guy like Clifford Mahooty to tell you a story, he's not going to make up a story just to make you feel good and get you excited. I mean, if you ask him a serious question, he'll give you a serious answer. So anyway, I thought that was interesting.
Well, they're not making up any stories either. They're passing down stories.
Exactly.
These are all stories they've heard. They're not making up stories. They don't have to.
Oh, another good story that Clifford told me recently is he knows a lady, and this is not just some random person apparently, because I always I go, how long have you known this person, and who is she, and how well do you know her? Because if you're going to tell me a story, is it secondhand or is this like a legit source? So he says he knows a lady that was hiking up there in the Superstition Mountains, and this is going to sound bizarre to you guys, but she had an encounter up there in the mountains with a reptilian humanoid.
Yeah,
and if
I've
you
heard
Google
all those stories.
if you Google reptilians in the Superstition Mountains, you'll see there's several stories, reports.
People die up there all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. There's old miner caves, and I watched a show recently, this new show, some sort of expedition TV show that they actually were in the Superstition Mountains, but they were looking for gold in the abandoned mines up there. And that was interesting because I'm thinking, my opinion is if you believe in Bigfoot, most likely, maybe they can travel interdimensionally, but when they're here on Earth, that they're in the caves, they're in the mountains. And if there are humanoid reptilians, they're in the caves, they're in the mountains. And so that's my, I have no evidence. I'm not going to go, put a bet in Vegas on that one, but if it's real, that's where they're at, in my opinion.
Well, I got summers off. If you ever want to go hit up the Superstition Mountains and look for reptilians, let me know.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably going to buy one of those satellite phones because if the shit goes down, I want to be able to contact somebody, because some of these areas,
you're going to want to be able to call someone. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, you don't want to be with no cell service and suddenly you got some fucking reptilian chasing your ass because he hasn't had a meal all winter.
Turn and run.
Yeah, but hey, let me while you're on the phone. So your family, can we say that you had family relatives that worked with NASA? Is it fair to talk about that, or we want to leave that alone?
Yeah, no. My aunt worked with NASA, but just in like the management part. So she was doing procurement, but made a nice career out of it. She's confirmed a few things that people have said, especially about the Nazis involved. But Stephanie though is getting pretty deep into it. She's going to all these NASA socials and things and getting a lot of information. So it's kind of like.
So they got Stephanie on the list. She's going to be going to the moon in 2027, apparently.
That's the hope. Get it now. You better get your ticket now.
Cool. One of our own on the moon in 2027.
Yeah. No, she sat in something like that.
Remember, so we're hanging out in your kitchen. We're partying, right? That night that I came over.
Yeah.
And then I went in that room that didn't have a door. Remember? Yeah, watching the Lakers in that room, the bedroom you guys were remodeling, and it didn't have a door on it. Remember?
Yeah.
And then so I'm laying in that bed. I don't know what time of the night it was, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know why I woke up, but I woke up and all of a sudden I saw these very obvious sharp lights that were like rods that were going straight up and down, like 4 or 5 of them, kind of just hovering there in the doorway. and I'm looking at these lights, and I'm thinking, maybe it's just maybe the TV's on, or maybe the VCR's blinking. I'm trying to figure out what could. Remember this story? You got to remember.
Yeah,
this.
no, there's nothing out there. There's nothing out there that would have done that.
Yeah, I mean, it was totally paranormal, and then apparently, I think Stephanie said that there might have been some haunting situations or paranormal situations.
Oh man, we had a nasty haunting incident involving like some fire where you're smelling the smoke in a certain room, but there's no smoke, there's no fire. Where like you're hearing people on top of the roof. It's pretty insane.
Hey guys, it's me.
Hey, what's happening, Stephanie?
Hey, it's sounded pretty good, Tom. I hope you don't mind, but everything what he was saying about staying at my house, he's absolutely correct. I was very skeptical about the paranormal activity out here. I'm a big skeptic to begin with, but when Eric stayed here, he was very hesitant to tell me beforehand what he saw here. I could tell he was kind of shaken up, and I'm glad he did, because it's everything we've been experiencing here. And Arizona became a state. It's a later state out of a lot of states in the United States. It became a state in 1912. And the neighborhood we live outside of downtown Phoenix is a historic part. So we do live in a historic home. It was built in the early 1930s, and we actually found out a little bit about the history. And so it's very deep, pretty scary, and everything what Eric said about the house, he's absolutely correct. Like, it's when there's a place to stay at and there's history and people died and weird shit, like paranormal activity stays there as a residual. Wouldn't you agree, Eric?
Yeah, absolutely. What was weird is these weren't orbs. I mean, if there was like a ball of light, then I could have like related that to something that I'd heard before. What was strange about it is that it was like if you took a rod, a rod, literally maybe about 2 or 3 inches around, and it was about 4 feet but it wasn't touching the roof and it wasn't touching the ground. It was just floating there, straight up and down vertical. And there was like 4 of them, right? Like evenly apart. And, man, I never imagined that I would ever see anything like that. I mean, they didn't mess with me. They didn't cause any problems, but just to see that tripped me out, man. That really tripped me out. But I ended up getting up, and then they went away. When I said I'm going to get up, I got to figure this out, and then they just went away and they didn't come back. But whatever it was real. I mean, those lights were real. I was in that room. It was trippy, no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm. All right, so real quick reminder for everybody. We are doing the raffle drawing tonight. If you I put a photo of the prize in the Discord. So for every $5 gets you 1 entry into the raffle. Dave is so for one thing, you will win a 4-pack case of full spectrum CBD infused cold pressed coffee by Got Hemp Extracts, which I am holding up here. So you'll win those. And then Dave is also holding up the other prize, which is a book from Casper Parks. So first place winner will get the coffee, which is almost a $30 value. And the second place will get Ages Past by Casper Parks. And to enter the raffle, the information is in the description of the YouTube video. Just send $5, or if you send $15 to that PayPal, then you get 3 entries. That's how it works. And at the end of the show, we'll put them in at a random number generator and pick the winners that way. So there you go. And all right, I think Tom dropped, but I mean he's probably just sitting there right next to Stephanie. So so that's all good. And yeah, everybody else is still here. So right on. And by the way, real quick, Pat, did you ever send me your the address to send you that coffee too? Because he won last night.
I think I sent it to your Discord thing. It still might be in there. If not, I'll send it again.
All right, cool. Just checking.
All right. Let me piss Eric off, but I'm playing devil's advocate here.
All right.
So don't get too pissed
Go
off,
for it.
Eric.
No, I'm
But
not
anyway,
gonna, go for it.
I think probably 95% of stuff we're seeing in the skies now, military. It's our stuff. I think that if they really want to do UFO investigations, I think anything before 1930, that would be the ones to look into, because if you realize during the World War II, you had the Foo Fighters and all this. So you're looking back then, and plus the Nazis come up with a lot of tech pretty quick. So if you look at that, then you kind of realize that, I think we've done most of the stuff going on right now in the skies. I'm not saying all.
Yeah.
That place, that Zimbabwe, for instance, what was that, 94, whenever, with all the kids? That happened right there. You can't blame that on military or nothing. That was an actual UFO encounter that we could investigate.
Yeah.
But my thought is all the earlier stuff before 1930 is what needs to be investigated. Anything past then, to me, just seems military, because I got a military family, friends, blah, blah. But if you just look at how things are, you'll realize that's military thinking at its best. Roswell, they kind of mixed everybody up with that, because there was a crash at the same time. Roswell was happening. There was a crash in a couple towns over around the same time, but they focused everything on Roswell while they were picking up stuff in the other place. It's just things like that, misdirection a lot with military. So there you go. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. I think I had this conversation with Jason Quick earlier tonight.
The Tic Tac. The Tic Tac thing. To me, that just seems more like our stuff. I think a lot of stuff is just our military stuff, because if you talk to plenty of military people, like I have, most of the stuff in the public sector, we're probably 20, 30 years behind on a lot of stuff. I've got friends that did the special forces stuff, and they had military gear that they're like, hey, dude, we had that stuff 15 years ago. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, but they don't use it for regular, people. When they go do special missions or whatever, they're geared up a lot different than what normal, regular military people are.
Right, and I think it was either the Tic Tac one or the Nimble one. I think it was the Tic Tac one. But when I was talking with Mike the other couple weeks ago off the air, Mike Barra, he pretty well convinced me that was definitely not only a military craft, but one that he had actually he knew people that had actually developed the part of the propulsion that was using that thing.
The military is so split up.
But
I want to Barra take credit for knowing the military guy that developed the propulsion. That's just my 2 cents on that. But anyway,
I
get it. Actually, I talked to Gary. Him and I, Gary Borhus, one of the guys that was part of that the whole thing. He and I do a lot of direct messages, and I asked him yesterday, as a matter of fact. Interesting, as I said, what's your take? You think it was a UFO or was it one of ours? And he said he's 60-40, and 60 being that it's one of ours and 40 being it's UFO. But he says that's where he's at right now on that. And I said, so how do your buddies feel? He says, we're all about on the same page on that. They're kind of thinking that's most likely it was ours. But there's a guy on Twitter, Simeon Hine, who's done 6 interviews with this guy. I think his name is Derek Whitecloud or White Crow. I think it's White Crow. If you go to YouTube, type in Simeon Hine. He's got that kind of balding head. He's a cool dude, scientist in Boulder, Colorado. That guy's a fantastic researcher, by the way. Not too many people know about him, but I get a lot of good information from him. And anyway, he interviewed this guy who was he was on the Nimitz way, way, way back in the day. We're talking way before any of this stuff they're talking about that happened in the 2000s. And he did 6 shows on YouTube with Simeon, and he's telling stories about objects going in and out of the water back in the day, and nobody knows about this story. So as a researcher, if somebody tells me a story, I'm gonna go try to find another story that somebody else told that's not connected directly, that maybe happened another time. I'm gonna see if I can build up some evidence that's gonna lead me to think that this is possible. So I do believe I do believe this. I'm not saying that Tic Tacs were going in and out of the ocean that were their ETs, but I do believe that there's a non-human race that's operating in our waters. I do believe that. I'm not going to say that the sighting in this case was a UFO, but I do believe. I think they're living on our planet, in our inner Earth, and I think they're also living in the ocean. And I know it sounds nutty. I can't prove it, but that's what I believe.
I really feel that way too. At least some of them I think, have definitely taken, they're coming from the Earth, or there's in the Earth, or I always maintain that I think that there is some land out there that you don't see on Google Earth, that is off limits, basically. They could be from these spots too. And Eric, one thing I wanted to talk to you about is now at Skinwalker Ranch. I've mentioned this a couple of times on my show over the last few months, but I have a strong feeling that a lot of the phenomenon not all of it, but I think a lot of the phenomenon that's going on there at Skinwalker, especially this, like, the type of phenomenon where they're fucking with people, you know what I mean? Like the story of the cattle disappearing like 300 yards away and all of a sudden ending up in that tiny little container, which would have been impossible. The door wasn't even opened or anything. The plates and groceries disappearing like right in front, right when they turn their back and going back into their car, like that kind of stuff, that nefarious sort of shit. I think that a lot of this phenomena is actually not from the ETs or UFOs, which they do seem to be there. But when it comes to the point of, George Knapp at the end of that documentary saying, we couldn't link an iota of anything to the ETs. There's phenomena here, there's ETs here, but we couldn't link the two. And I think that's because there is something inherently strange about the Earth, and that phenomena is being caused by some aspect of the Earth, whether the Earth is a conscious being itself and has abilities to manipulate physical reality beyond our comprehension. And I think that's why the ETs are there. They're not there causing the phenomena. I think they're there just like we are, trying to understand what the fuck is going on there, and they're studying the phenomenon just like we are. That's just my little theory right there for some of the phenomenon, although I wouldn't be surprised if some of it is actually by the ETs as well.
Well, and here's the deal. You take these modern day stories, and then the way I like to try to at least vet them as best I can is you go to the Native Americans and you see what they're talking about and what their history says. And Clifford Mahoody's a good source for me. And, he talks about the Chiquinas, and the Chiquinas are they're aliens. That's what they are. And apparently, if you see them, they're all dressed up in the headgear and they've got all that stuff on. He says the reason why they wore that is because they didn't want to shock the human Indians that were living on the land. They were working, and then there's that story where they lived in the caves, and whenever when there was a disaster, they brought them in the caves, and they lived on the inner Earth, and they brought them back, and that's how these stories have kind of gone over the years. So there's got to be something going on. I mean, even like you take the Grand Canyon and the Kincaid story when he went out there and found the giants, and then of course the Smithsonian grabbed all the bones and all that, and we never saw them again. So the desert, the Arizona, New Mexico, the Four Corners, Utah big time, California, for some reason, I don't know why exactly, it's a hot spot. Doubt about it.
Yeah. And
so Night Stalker is saying he's got something to add to that. He said something about if he can unmute himself in the.
Yeah, well, it looks like he just left the Discord. But yeah, Night Stalker, feel free to unmute yourself.
Or call him
at any time. Or yeah, you can call. Yeah, Night Stalker, feel free to unmute. There you go. All right, what's happening?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Nice. I like that.
Sorry. I got a quick take on that, actually. Is there an echo? Am I echoing?
No, you
sound
sound
great.
You sound better than
perfect.
all
Sorry,
the other
sorry.
callers.
All right.
No, that's
Um,
crazy. It
So
does.
on the Skinwalker Ranch, actually, Dave, me and you talked about this a little bit on your Bigfoot show about the idea that all this phenomena is tied to this like ley line portal grid theory, like that
Yep.
everything is kind of like nothing is excluded, but everything is interacting with these natural spots on the planet. And for Skinwalker, I think it's interesting that Portals to Hell, the Jack Osborne show they do on the Travel Channel, where they go around. It's basically just a ghost show where they're like pretty much using the term portal instead of the term haunted. But like it's just an example of how like the paradigm is shifting in every field. But for their finale for the first season, they were at a hotel or a restaurant or something that was across the river from Skinwalker Ranch, which was having like haunted paranormal activity, and then they actually saw a UFO or something while they were there. So it was the only episode where they tied together UFOs and haunted anything. I think that was pretty cool. And so we were talking on your show, Dave, about the river connection and how like fairy lore and like all these different paranormal activities kind of linked to rivers, but it doesn't get brought up that much. But Skinwalker is separated by a river from this other haunted place, which I think is kind of cool. So I think I agree with everything Gigi said. I think you nailed it on the head, big time.
Right on, man. And I like when I had that sort of realization, it was one of those. It was a big aha moment for me. I just felt it in my bones, like, ooh, there's some shit about the Earth that's going on.
Hell
here.
yeah.
Mother Gaia's doing some shit over here. And actually, Eyes Open in the Discord made a pretty good comment as well. She said also about Skinwalker. I don't even know if I'm assuming Eyes is a she. I don't know.
Let's
Could be
say
a he.
they.
I don't
She
know.
is. She is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
She.
So she says, our inability to fully perceive what's around us 24/7 and all the beings within this unseen space is a possible explanation for that as well. That's definitely a possibility too.
Yeah, and that kind of could tie in with the fairy lore and all these different unseen realms. Is that these spots on the planet are tied to like this ley line energy, which is more of like a woo-woo metaphysics, but there's also like actual magnetic like vortex spots on the planet. Like you can look up a USGS. I'll post it in the chat after I hang up. But there's a USGS survey where you can look at a map and zoom in out and interact with like where these actual magnetic anomalies are on the planet. And if you look, I mean, they're obviously where all these vortex spots are. So like the way our brain works is that like there's like a film, like a thin magnetic film that reacts to like variations in the magnetic field, and that is like a reason why these places to enhance your shamanic state were done on these vortex spots, because that is a natural like consciousness shifter, and then you get to experience and interact with these things that are constantly living outside of our perception but are always around us, which is like perceived as like fairy lore or these like pan trickster spirits that would interact around streams and stuff, which like you mentioned, Gigi, with the trickster aspect of Skinwalker, which happens a lot. Like you go to Skinwalker for something, and then you see something completely unexpected that you haven't experienced, but it was unlike what you thought it was going to be, which is a very common thread throughout a lot of these sightings. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Right. Yeah, no, you're good, man. And you can keep rambling if you want to.
No.
Yeah, you can hang out here all night, man, if you want. Also, but I'm curious, where the fuck
Let me
you...
real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
He did a lot of great research on the, I think it's the 37th parallel. Chuck Sulikowski.
Yes.
He's trapped. Yeah, that's the guy. If you like all that
Ben
information, he just shared it. That's the guy to go. And then the other guy is back to Skinwalker Ranch. I went Jesse Ventura. Remember when he did that show Conspiracy Theory? Did you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember they did that one show on that they went out to the Skinwalker Ranch and they filmed some crazy shit. I don't know if you remember that.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting because I actually got to meet Jesse. Was it not Oliver Stone's son? What's his first name? The Sean Stone. Sean Stone. He was at Conscious Life. Did you see Sean Stone, Gigi, at Conscious Life?
I saw him walking around, but that was about the extent of it.
Yeah. So he came up to the Jimmy's booth and I started chatting with him, and I asked him about if he's still in contact with Jesse Ventura, and he says, no, I haven't talked to him since the show. And he told me that that Skinwalker show they did, that they had another season lined up, and then they canceled it after that because that information at that time, they didn't want that information out. So yeah, there's shit going down in Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know what exactly it is, but
no, I think you're right. I think they are actively trying to not unify the different. Sorry. I think they're actively trying to not unify these different fields. I think they want the UFO people in their corner, the ghost people in their corner, the Bigfoot people where they're at, and not to interact, to realize that this is a phenomena that kind of interacts with everything. Not that it's all the same thing, but that there's a through line through everything. And you mentioned the 37th parallel, and Gigi, you mentioned like the cattle mutilation stuff, and I think it's weird. This is like a weird portal cattle take, but so like the most common through line through that, like all over the 37th parallel, is that it'll be snatched, like the cattle will be snatched up in say point A, and then be taken away somewhere, point B, and then brought back point C to a place that's not exactly where it was, but kind of close, and kind of tossed there and like haphazardly. So like the question is, why would they do that? Why aren't they just like taking the whole thing and like why are they throwing it back at all? Like, are they messing with us? But it could be like there's a scientific approach where they don't want to mess with the ecosystem, that like they're taking what they need and then they're throwing back the rest so that like the rest of the biome can feed off the carcass and everything. But what they're doing, I think, is like magic. I think like UFOs and stuff are doing rituals on these portal spots, like blood rituals, because they're taking out the sex organs, the tongue, the heart, the eyes, like things you would use in like magic rituals, and then using that to traverse this natural portal grid that exists all over the cosmos. And then they take the blood or whatever they need, and then chuck it back afterwards, and then they're gone.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
And
right?
Who's on with us right now, Gigi?
Well, we've got.
Who's this person?
Oh, this is Night Stalker from the Discord.
Oh yeah, you're on Twitter too, right, Night Stalker? Aren't you on Twitter?
I'm on Facebook. I'm not on Twitter actually. I'm on Facebook.
Yeah. That's an interesting theory that you just spun on us. That's very interesting to me. I'm probably gonna look into that because
that's the take. That's what I think is the.
I don't know where you got all that, but it's now interesting.
I mean, I kind of bring everything. Like my thing is I just consume a lot of content while I'm working. Like I'm calling you guys from inside a supermarket, and I just listen to a lot, and I just like I don't know. I try to. On one night there'll be a UFO show that blows my mind. The next night will be a magic show that blows my mind. And I hear all the similarities, and it's just like there's a lot of parallels between the two, you know.
Yeah, and yeah, you're one of the. Oh, who's that? Oh, Pat, go ahead.
Hey, what I was going to say is, with that being said, what he's talking about, I'm going to come from the skeptic side, just so you understand. But with that being said, I want you to think of one thing. If these aliens, supposedly are aliens, come from a distant star, planet, wherever, and they come here, you're going to tell me that they're going to pull cows up and dissect them with primitive tools and blood and everything's in the area. If they're that advanced, I just don't see that happening. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's no reason for that.
I mean, a lot of those cases, there's not a lot of blood on the ground. It doesn't look like somebody butchered the thing. It looks like somebody, like you said, surgically.
Right. Do some research on this, because there's a guy that's wrote a book, and he's been into this since pretty much like Linda Moulton Howe in the beginning, and he says a lot of that.
Talking about Chris O'Brien. Talking about Chris O'Brien else. Book.
He's an older guy. He was just on. I can't remember what show he was on. It was today or yesterday. He was on.
No, I know what you're saying.
He wrote books, and he's deep.
I think
I'm gonna go 100% on that one.
Yeah, my answer to that question.
All right, hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. Let's hear what Night Stalker has to say here.
All right. I totally understand what you're saying, and like my answer to that would be, they're at a scientific point where they're using magic. Is that like when you get to a certain, there's no distinguishing between the two, and that it requires a blood ritual to open these portals, and that's just the way that they travel around. And like they're doing it, it's not messy. They're not like leaving blood everywhere and like experimenting on these things. I think they're just taking, like in the Dunwich Horror in H.P. Lovecraft, the main character is doing these rituals on these stone circles at one of these power centers, these ley line spots. In order, like he's taking cattle and mutilating cattle on these stone circles based on like America's Stonehenge, in order to open portals to let Cthulhu in, or these eldritch terrors, these old gods, these.
I got you.
primordial
I
beings.
understand, but hang on. I'm going to interrupt you because I want you to understand something. Another point of view here. If they are that advanced, we as human beings are scientifically advanced enough now that we're cloning things. They could take one cow, disappear to whatever planet they want to go to. They could make their own cows, come back here, never have to touch another one of ours.
Well, that's
are clones and humans the same thing? I mean, magically speaking, like we're talking completely physically. We can make a thing that matches another thing, but I think a lot of spiritual people will tell you that a clone and a human being are not the same thing. So maybe the magic requires something born naturally on the planet you're at to get somewhere else, and then wherever they're at, they use another resource. And I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying that just like that's the answer to that hypothetical question. I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying totally.
Yeah, and I think that leads to another thing you got to think about, and another possibility is like in a lot of these cases, like at Skinwalker Ranch, it's not that there's very little blood left there. There's no blood left there.
Exactly,
there's no blood on the ground whatsoever. It literally seems impossible. So it's like. Yeah, but like you're saying, Pat, like, why the fuck would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. But what if the reason is just to show us, hey, look what we can do. Don't fuck with us. Sort of basically making a statement for one thing. And then kind of like I was saying earlier, I think another thought is some of that stuff might be, again, it might be some sort of force or consciousness that's actually within the Earth. Like it might be the Earth itself that's doing that. Maybe not the ETs, and ETs are just here trying to figure out how they're doing that also, just like we are. That's just another potential, just another interesting thing to think about. I'm pretty, I don't lean either way on any of these things. I just like thinking about it from as many different possibilities as possible. You know what I mean? But what was that, Eric?
Those are some hella conspiracy theories, GG. And I love you, brother, but I can't get on board at all on any of those. Let me just say this: they try to spin it that it's a military operation, and I've heard that, and I don't believe that. I think that the documentary you want to go watch was produced in 1974. It's still on YouTube. I wish I had the link to it. Jacques Vallée was in it, and Rod Sterling, and I don't know if some of you guys might have already seen it.
Do you know what it's called?
Part of that documentary where they were doing when out there in the in Colorado, out there where they're I forget the area, but that's when they first started reporting these calf mutilation or these cow mutilations. And if you watch the documentary, they have the parts in the documentary where they've got the ranchers and the local veterinarians. They're interviewing them. You can see them talking. You can hear them explain so there was a point there, and it was in the early 70s when their cattle were getting taken and mutilated, and they would be in this one area, and then all of a sudden they couldn't find them, and then they'd be 5 miles up on the mountaintop somewhere. But where I'm going to go with this, though, is that they got pissed off because they would see lights in the sky, and they didn't know what they were. And these guys went out with their shotguns and were firing at these things, literally firing at these things. So if this was a government operation trying to steal cows for some weird fucking bizarre reason, they're not going to make themselves put themselves in a situation where ranchers could take their shotguns and shoot at them. So I'm going ET on the cattle mutilations. That's where I'm at on that.
Yeah, and I mean, whatever it is, I definitely think, that there's, especially if you look at Linda Moulton. By the way, Eric, do you know the name of that documentary from the 70s by any chance?
I think it was called. I know the name.
Okay, what is it?
It's called Cattle Mutilation by Linda Moulton Howe.
The one from the 70s?
Yes.
No, that's not the documentary. I don't know. That's not the one. I'll tell you what. I'm going to mute, and I'm going to go look for it on my search engine. I'll look for it.
All right. Yeah.
I'm going to find that guy's name for you, Eric.
Okay, Night Stalker says he's on it.
No, not me. No.
Typical Eric.
I think that was Elf.
Oh, that was Elf. Okay.
I'm working now.
Lots of people here.
Hi, Elf.
But yeah, man, Skinwalker Ranch, dude. There's some that is never-endingly fascinating to me, and I just
It is. It's very, very fascinating. That's why I went over to Stardust Ranch out in Buckeye, because I actually grew up everywhere what Eric said out in Goodyear, Arizona. That's where I grew up, in Sierra Mountain Ranch, and I had a lot of friends that lived down, up, and all over by Stardust Ranch. And when I heard about the details about it through Eric, and I was like, what? This was in my back neighborhood? I'm like, this totally makes sense, because I hate to admit it, I've been there since the mid-90s. Grew up out there in Goodyear, Arizona.
Man.
There's always been major activity out there. So everything what John Edmonds been saying, I hate to admit, I feel like he might be true.
Yeah, and man, I'm surprised. I never really knew about Stardust Ranch either until pretty recently. And yeah, we got to go.
If you want, we could take you guys out there.
I would love to. Yeah, I'm actually not too far from you.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. And actually, we need to get Jeff Rennell, because I know me and Jeff and Eric and Brad Olson and Tom Dungo possibly, and a couple others. We're all, we're planning on renting an RV and doing a full-blown, little investigation of our own, just posting up at Skinwalker Ranch for one. But we got some other spots on the bucket list too. We might need to add
cool.
Stardust Ranch on there as well.
Yeah, I would add Stardust Ranch, and not only that. So I'm native from Phoenix, Arizona. That's pretty uncommon, because a lot of people are from the East Coast, people from the Midwest, people from even West Coast. Not a lot of people are born from here.
Right.
I'm from here. That's pretty rare. And there's a ton of like hot spots. Like I know for UFO and like ancient archaeology hotspots out here. There's a reason why Cliff and Mahooty and David Childress both have a home out in Camp Verde, Arizona. My family has owned property out in Camp Verde since the early 60s. So like I'm pretty aware about the Native American activity out here in California, Arizona, Texas. It used to be all owned by Mexico and then ran by Spaniards. I know some old Spaniard churches, which is really cool, but nothing is as cool as things you see on Ancient Aliens. And it's about like ancient sites out here. It's like, who made that? I don't think aliens made that. Or not aliens, but humans. And it's so interesting here about the history out in the Southwest, because it's very ancient.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get a.
Okay, hey,
I'm gonna need to get a list.
You guys, it's an hour minutes. I found it, so I'm gonna tweet it. I'll tweet it to the blend, and you guys. I just found it.
All right, cool. Yeah, do hashtag Midnight Blend.
Oh, by the way, anybody that's listening, and Gigi, you may not even know this or remember, and I don't think Dave knows this, but Stephanie was my research assistant when we went to the Stan Romanek trial.
Really?
I was.
Yeah, Stephanie.
I was.
We got to meet Stan Romanek, and we got to go to Stanislav Ojak's house in Utah and spend the day with him, and he works at Stanford Research Institute. That was an amazing experience, huh, Stephanie? I'll never forget that.
It was. Did you ever read Dr. Stanislav's rough autobiography?
No, he finally put it out?
No, I thought he gave you the rough draft and paper. He didn't give that to you?
No, he's probably out now. I haven't talked to him in about a year. I should give him a call because it's been a while. But Stan's not doing very good. I don't know if you know. He's might be dying, actually.
Yeah. How about, Eric, next time you take a call with Dr. Stanislav, make that a three-way call so I could talk to him, because I would love to talk to him and his wife.
Yeah, that would be fun. But yeah, that whole Stan Romanek thing was that was quite an experience, that's for sure.
Gigi, Eric, I hope you don't mind. Like, I will never share anything that's very private, but when I met Gigi, it was so crazy at the Hilton Hotel at LAX, Conscious Life Expo. Gigi was one who gave me a free pass with the Chef Happens, and I was like planning to go through there because I had a NASA event in the following days out in Silicon Valley up north by San Francisco. And so I knew Gigi because I saw a Friday night, like, off YouTube Live, and I saw Gigi's face. And so I saw him walking in the library lobby, and I was like, "Hey, Gigi!" And he was just started talking, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm staying with Eric." And I was like, "You're staying with Eric? I fucking know Eric. We went to Stan Romanek trial." And so I started telling him, and he's like, Gigi was like, "Is that really true what happened at the trial?" And I was like, "Dude, whatever Eric told you, he had to downplay it, because, like, Eric, you have to agree with me. Like, we could have went in serious, huge fucking trouble at the trial because the judge, she brought us up, and she's like, I will remember your guys' faces and bring you back to the Supreme Court." And that's when I knew. And we got like bombarded by 6-7 cops right after when he was found guilty. And I was like, holy shit. And the only reason we got out of that, was because of Eric. Eric talked to the judge. So I never seen Eric like this before. Eric talked to that judge so with a smooth tongue. He's like, "I've seen this documentary off like Netflix about Stan Romanek and all this," and which is true. Stan Romanek's story is off the biggest platform in the world. And you cannot deny that. I was actually shocked not more people were there, but Eric is a person who wants to know behind the scenes, wants to know information, and we were there. I was there.
Yeah.
And it's true.
Yeah.
I'm glad you were there, because those stories, I don't know if anyone would believe those stories unless I had a witness, and you're right.
Nobody would believe that. But it's true.
That was
it was something a fucking movie. But Gigi, I will hand you over the mic.
Well, feel free to keep hanging out if you want. Yeah, I'm just surprised. Now, I'm sure there's more to it than this. But I do know about the I'll just say the documenting that went down there, which partially was what almost got you in trouble. I'm just curious as to how they knew that you had that shit on your phone.
Can I explain real quick? Eric, is that
no?
Okay?
Let me explain. Let me explain.
No. Can I explain? Because Eric, I think you need to be in general. In any major courtroom or even small courtroom you are in, they have multiple cameras in the front and back. Eric thinks it was somebody who was doing journalism out in Loveland, Colorado, who audited him out. And when you're in the courtroom like that in a serious trial, they have cameras all over. So Eric's there taking pictures, doing videos, posting
as he
Periscope,
does,
Twitter. And I didn't even know. This is the first time I've been in a serious trial like that. I didn't know how serious that was. And I didn't know there was signs that you cannot do this. And I will admit, Eric was right. Somebody did outed us out. And that's why, like, when we did get confronted by the judge right afterwards, like, Eric, even though, like I said, he's a slick talker, he was being very honest. Like, we're there just being journalists. We're just reporting what is, and we mean no harm. And that's how we got out of it.
Well, let me just say, Stephanie, hold on. I was being honest, but I wasn't being totally honest, because if you remember, I said we were on vacation, that we were just tourists, that we were just coming through the area, and we were curious. So I didn't tell them that we drove
I didn't until we flew in and drive in from Arizona, California, because then they would have figured out they probably would have come down on us if they knew all that.
Yeah, good move.
Eric's right. Gigi, I know you know Eric pretty well, but Eric is he was very honest. We were just in that town, and he was like, "We're just in the town. We thought we'd just check out the trial," but little did I know, Eric fucking saved our ass. And I will kid you not, I wish somebody in the background would have videotaped that, even though I wish not, because it was something out of a movie. It was something out of a Martin.
Yeah, it was surreal. It was totally surreal.
It was so crazy. I tell that to people I know, and people don't believe me. It is so real.
Let me say this. Let me interrupt you, because here's my theory: is that, as you know, we missed the first part of the trial when the prosecution was putting on their case for 2.5 days, showing all the porno videos that they claimed that was on Stan's computer and so on and so forth. But we got there just in time for the Stan Romanek's defense. And then remember that his wife and those two other ladies came in and they sat on the stand, and they were only allowed to answer just a handful of questions. Remember, like, and they were in and off. They were in and out of that box in like 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then were you in the hallway with me? Because all the other witnesses, there was 10 other witnesses that were going to speak on Stan's behalf that were not allowed in the courtroom because they were witnesses, but they were in the hallway.
Well, hold on, quick. So the point, real quick for because there's a lot of people that might not know exactly what we're talking about here. So, Stan Romanek is a pretty well-known researcher. Think what you will of his documentaries. I'm pretty indifferent on it, but he had a documentary out there on Netflix, paranormal researcher, and he got accused of child pornography on his computer, and the circumstances behind that are really sketchy. It seems like it was planted there, but nonetheless, they had a big trial out in Colorado, and he was looking at facing several years in prison for it, and in which he was found guilty. But like you were talking about a second ago, Eric, it was really interesting how, because they had brought a computer scientist to defend him in the trial, and he was going to present exactly how it could have been planted on his computer, but they didn't let him speak. They didn't let Stan's defense defend him, which is pretty fucking crazy. But anyway, that's what we're talking about. And Eric and Stephanie were out there, doing some on the ground fucking, they wanted to witness it firsthand and do their own research into it.
Okay, but let me just make this one final comment, and this is my theory: is I was keeping my cool, but in my head I was in panic mode because I was worried because I had Stephanie with me, and I thought, man, if I fucked up and Stephanie has to suffer the consequences with me, I'll never forgive myself. So I really had to reach in my bag of tricks to pull that off. But I think that part of the reason why they let us go and they didn't really press charges is because they know that we were witnesses to how that whole court case went down. And it was a total bullshit railroad court case. And they probably figured that, if we let this guy go, maybe he won't trash us on social media and I didn't because that was kind of like our little agreement. Remember, Stephanie? It was like they fucked over Stan Romanek, in my opinion. And so they figured, okay, let's let this guy go and maybe he won't blow the whistle on us.
Yeah. Man, yeah, that would be intense. And I feel like, I think what also helps is, Eric, you're a very, distinguished looking, like full blown grown adult. You know what I mean? Like if it were me and I said the exact same words that you said and the exact situation was the exact same, except it was me, I probably got in trouble because I just look like a skateboarder. You know what I mean? And I think that definitely played to your favor as well.
He walks with the confidence of a tall man.
All right. Let's see. I wonder what the fee. Oh yeah, Dave. Yeah, keep that muted. Yeah. So what's up there? Huskers going Huskers.
Yeah. Let's move off to Stan Romanek because anyway, that was interesting. That was the highlight of my research career so far. Definitely. I want to tell you guys another story. 2 years ago, I was at the Dulce Base Conference, and Stan Clifford Mahoney was there. The Paranormal Rangers, Daryl Sims, who's the ex-CIA guy, that's the implant collector guy. You know who I'm talking about, right? The wears the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
He had the town hall meeting in the police station. Well, it wasn't actually the police station. It was the courtroom. Actually, it was weird because the local Dulce police. It was such a small little town, Dulce, New Mexico. And then it's all a native community there. So they said, okay, yeah, you guys can have your town hall meeting in our courtroom because I think it was on a Saturdays or Friday night or whatever. And so anyway, I'm sitting there and they're people, the natives are coming up on in front of the audience. There's like 100 people in there, and they're telling their stories about their experiences in Dulce. And the stories were mind blowing, because if you want to talk about stories that you heard before that you think, oh man, that's bullshit, or that's a conspiracy theory, or where did that come from? But these Indians were telling real stories about Bigfoot, about craft flying, and they're still flying. And this one guy told a story about he was fishing out on a river, right in the area where the Dulce base is. And I'm not saying there's aliens living 7 floors under the ground with the military building cloning reptilians. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's something mysterious happening there. But he said that he witnessed a saucer hovering over the river lake area where he was fishing, and he watched it. This is a native Indian. He said this in front of everybody on stage, and he said that thing went in the water and vanished. So that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about objects going in and out of the water and living in our oceans. But yes, there's been lots of reports of objects going in and out of lakes and sometimes rivers. Not so much rivers, but more lakes. So anyway, I just want to throw that in there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And now real quick, let's see. Pat got dropped somehow, so I'm going to add him back in here. Calling him now. But it says he's unavailable. It says you're unavailable, Pat. What's going on, buddy? Playing tricks on me again? All right, let's see. Add him back in here. Oh, you know what? Oh, I know what happened, Pat. Give me a second here. We'll get you back in here. Yeah, this is going to take a second. So, all right, Eric, keep it going while I take care of this.
Okay, and I don't know if anybody's researched Daryl Sims or have listened to him speak or know his story, but he's an interesting guy because I think he used to work with Lear, and in the sense that they were both after those implants. And let me just say this: he's a very intense man, highly intelligent man, much smarter than me. And I'm not saying I'm a smart guy. I'm just saying he's a smart motherfucker. And here's my theory on Daryl Sims is that he always tells people that he used to work for the CIA and was only for a few months, but then he kind of went on his own. And so there's a lot of his story, I believe, but here's the part of the story that I'm skeptical about is he showed his collection of implants at the Dulce base. He had it there on the table and locked in a glass container, and had them labeled and the whole 9 yards. So my theory is that these guys, they don't want these implants floating around, and they don't want people to be able to study them. So I think it's, in my opinion, I could be totally wrong, but it's his job to find these people that are trying to get rid of their implants or that have implants, and he goes around and he kind of collects them. But who's that? Someone else is calling in. So here's the crux of the story is I was doing some research on him, and I found this guy in India who was being abducted. And so somehow Daryl Sims found out about this, because this guy was going to have these implants that he had in India removed by a doctor in India. So however Daryl Sims found out about this, he went to India, and he was present during this removal of this implant that was in this Indian guy's body. And so the deal apparently was that the Indian guy was supposed to be able to keep the implant, but somehow Daryl Sims convinced him that, well, let me hold on to it, let me study it, and I'll give it back to you. And then it turned out that the guy tried to get the implant back from Daryl Sims, tried and never got it back. And so he bashed Daryl Sims, saying that, Daryl Sims stole my implant, and he kind of blew the whistle. So anyway, this is my conspiracy theory that Daryl Sims out there trying to pretend as though he's out there for disclosure and protecting experiencers and abductees and so on and so forth. But I think he's still a covert psyop intel still working, and that's just my theory. I could be totally wrong, but I think that's what's happening with Daryl Sims.
Once CIA, always CIA.
Yeah, and somebody brought up Daryl Sims the other day too, and before that, I completely forgot about that dude. Completely forgot. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting.
So Eric, what do you really think is going on? Because last time you were here, you said that you thought you figured it all out. What do you think is really going on here?
Well, I mean, you got to be specific, because obviously this whole area is. I mean, we were talking about Skinwalker Ranch, talking about UFOs. We're talking about aliens. I mean,
I'm talking big picture, I guess. What is happening? What is the the top down?
For sure, I can only tell you what it looks like. What's happening, and here's the deal. What I've learned is I'm gonna be honest. I have to admit this is that, and I see this happening today on social media. It's very easy to start researching something, and you're getting information, you're reading, you're watching videos, you're talking to people, and then you feel like you have a bunch of evidence, or you have a bunch of information. So then you take that information and you try to discern what you believe is really happening, right? So there's been a few times where I've had all this information and I thought, okay, this is what I think is happening. And then I kind of put it out there like, okay, here's my theory. But then only to find like a year or two later, as more information comes out and new information comes out, that my original theory and my original belief, I got to change my mind now, because now I don't believe that anymore. Now I think I believe this. And I think this same exact thing is happening with these guys that were involved in this, the Nimitz and this whole Tic Tac thing, and out there in the Navy. I think that all those guys believed initially that this was an ET type deal. But when you take counterintelligence, CIA guys have a chance to get together in their rooms or whatever, and start figuring out, okay, how are we gonna put out disinfo, misinfo out, and turn this around so that we can get people to second guess these stories that they're being told by these Navy guys. And it's my opinion now that these guys are being manipulated with information that they are trusting, maybe, but it's not true information. It's disinformation. So now where before they were like, oh, 100% that's ET, now they're 60-40 saying it's ours. So this little mind control these guys are, let me tell you, the intelligence agencies are brilliant people. They are way smarter than all of us combined. If there's information they don't want out that somehow leaks out, they will figure out a way very quickly to turn the tables around and get everybody thinking in another direction, and none of us are going to know really what the truth is. So I can only tell you theories. I really don't know the truth. I do believe this. I do believe that there's spaceships flying around. Like Pat was saying, maybe 95% aren't ours. I can go with that. But 5%, whatever. I mean, I don't know where they're coming from. I'm not saying they're coming, from 15 light years away. I don't know if I buy that. I do believe that there's wormholes, and there is possibility that they're traveling through these wormholes, but I don't think they're all coming through wormholes. I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities there, but I do believe in spaceships that are being manipulated by a non-human intelligence. I do believe that. I do believe that people are being visited and abducted. I do believe women are being, in some instances, used as breeders. And I do believe there is some type of hybridization program going on. I do believe that, and that's what I believe. I can't prove it, but that's what I believe.
Well said. Well said.
Do you think we'll ever know? Is that one of those things we'll just never know the answer, or even the
Okay, that's a good
hybridization? I got
question.
a hard time believing.
Let me say this: that when our controllers are ready to let us know, then that's when real disclosure will happen. And then if real disclosure really does happen one day, in my opinion, it's not going to be pretty. I think a lot of people have this belief, I call it kind of an illusion, that, oh, if we just have disclosure, then we can all have free energy and we can have this and we can have that. But people are forgetting that the elite powers in control are still in control of the matrix, regardless of the information that comes out or not. They are in control and they're not going to give up control. So if they ever decide to let us know, it's going to be because it's going to be to their advantage, not our advantage. That's my theory on that.
Yeah, because the reach is so different than ours. Like, you could have 100,000 people online following you, and that's nothing compared to Facebook sending out a tweet, or someone sent out a tweet within the millions. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and
Hello?
well, and real quick, hey, Night Stalker, I know you got something to say on this too.
Sorry. Yeah.
I know on what I'm about to bring up here. But so Eyes Open from the Discord chat wants to ask Eric, what's your theory behind the parasites feeding off us? Oh wait, okay, actually, hold on. Pause on that question. Because Night Stalker, your question was on topic still. So let's get that question in first, and then we'll get back to Eyes Open question after that.
You mentioned the rollout of the hybrid thing, and I'm a big conspiracy theorist. I listen to a lot of them, and not that I necessarily subscribe to this, but the hybrid theory suggests that they're rolling it out slowly, like inside pop culture and in the media, and a lot of the celebrities that are on the cover of like the tabloids at the supermarket register, and the people we see modeling clothes, like the high fashion world, are promoting this like big bug-eyed, big head, gangly body type hybrid alien look. And there's like a bunch of podcasts you can check out that will dive deeper than I can dive into that. But the idea being that they're acclimating us to that aesthetic before they like say, hey, by the way, your favorite actor is also half alien. You know what I mean? That it's happening at it's happening at like the tastemaker range and trickling down to all of us. So like you're right on the money, I think, with that aspect. Totally.
Well, okay, that brings up I'm going to tell you guys a story. I don't think I've told any of you guys this story. You might have heard me tell it to somebody else, but I haven't said this publicly. Last year, I was at a conference in Arizona with Suzanne Ross. It was called Dave, did you hear that that I took your Beyond the Strange and I created Beyond the Matrix? Did you know that, Dave?
Well, Dave had the boogie.
Dave,
so
he had the boogie. Okay, well, anyway, so Suzanne Ross was going to have a conference, and she was trying to figure out what to call it, and we're on a hike out there, and I said Beyond the Matrix because I just thought that makes sense. Anyway, so we're at the conference, and there was a lady that was speaking. She's a native lady who actually a lot of the stuff that she talks about and the books that she's written came out way before Corey Good's information came out, but her stories that she was telling about these blue beings and so on and so forth, she believes that somehow Corey Good ripped them off from her. I'm not going to sit here and say he did or didn't, but I'm just saying that's what she believed. So she's on stage giving her presentation and talking about all sorts of amazing things, and also mentioning that she was a targeted individual, that she was being tracked by the CIA and the whole nine yards. And it was all believable. I can't prove any of it. I'm not saying I believe her, but the story sounded believable. But anyway, let me get to the point. So here's the point of the story is that I'm standing in the back of the room. It was like the place was packed. There was nowhere to sit. I'm standing in the back wall next to Suzanne Ross. And to my left, about 10 feet over, there's this little blonde lady. I mean, she was not even 5 feet tall, very thin, kind of very thin blonde hair, and these big blue eyes. I mean, like enormously larger than your not ridiculously like gray alien big, but these eyes were very large compared in the orbitals compared to what I've never seen a little petite woman with eyes like that before. And she was she had this energy about her. She was in a strange way, she was very attractive. It was kind of weird, but she's over there. And like so this lady that's on the stage, I wish I could remember her name. Deborah Thunderbeat is her name, just so you guys know. Deborah Thunderbeat. You can probably Google her. So Deborah Thunderbeat starts playing this native music as part of this little ritual chant thing she was doing during her presentation. And this little blonde lady started doing this dance with her arms and her hands and her body that I've never seen a human move like that before. I'm like, what is this lady doing? It was bizarre. And she just kind of, it's almost like she was like, you know, vibrating to the music with her body and her hands and her movements. And then, so Suzanne nudges me. She goes, that's an alien. I go, what are you talking about? So she goes, look at her. I'm looking at this lady really close, and I'm thinking, man, if she's not an alien, she's a hybrid. And later, after that speaker was finished, we went outside, and I found this little girl and she was with this guy, and they were from LA. And I started having a conversation with her, and it was almost like she didn't understand what I was saying. I mean, she spoke English, but it was like I would ask her a question.
She's in a trance.
She just seemed like she didn't know what to answer. But the guy that was with her, I don't know if I think it was her friend, he would answer for her. But I just got this total hit that if there is such a thing as a hybrid, that lady was a hybrid. That's my little story on that right there.
No. The researcher Chris Knowles dives into this deep dive conspiracy about Elizabeth Fraser and like the Cocteau twins, and ties it into with all kinds of mermaid conspiracies. But he talks about her like when she gets into this like state where her like eyes glaze over and she has these like big bug eyes, and he compares her to like a hybrid, and that she gets into this trance like state like through the music, where it's almost like this siren archetype is like acting through her, that she's like almost like an MK Ultra out type vibe to her, which kind of sounds like similar to like she's not there, like something has taken over her body. And but you mentioned the blue skin thing before, and to kind of tie it back, this is ridiculous what I'm gonna say, but maybe like all the UFO like outer space type theories are trying to keep us away from like what you said in the beginning of the show about under the water. Like maybe like the Aquaman Atlantis is more like what in the media like they're trying to tell us is actually going on, like where there's an advanced thing going on in the water, and they have blue skin, and that's like being talked to us through like Aquaman, through Avatar with those blue creatures. And the first mutant in Marvel back in the very early days of Marvel Comics was they were all blue, like the people who live underwater. The only one that wasn't was Namor. So the idea that like maybe these blue things are actually trying to like, you know what I mean? So there's kind of interesting to tie it back to what you were saying in the beginning about they're all coming out of the water, and that could be like, you know.
I mean, I've heard things about aliens coming out of the water as well as aliens coming down out of space. Maybe it's both.
Oh, it is both.
Totally.
And in the Earth too.
Yeah.
I believe there's something living inside the Earth that's not fully human, you know. So, I mean, I think when Bigfoot decides to be terrestrial, maybe he can phase in and out. Maybe he has that ability. You know, I don't know, but I do believe that there's Sasquatch and Bigfoot that appear occasionally in various areas. But I think that Bigfoot, when he's not being seen, he's living in the mountains, in the caves underground. I believe that.
And Bigfoot's one of those things you can go out and try to find. Like, that appeals to me.
Right on. Now, real quick, for those hanging out in the Discord, whenever you're not talking, have that mute button on, because we can hear you guys eating chips or whatever you're doing in the back room. So, yeah, just whenever you're not talking. But feel free to butt in whenever you want. You know what I'm saying. And, yeah, let's see. Someone in the YouTube chat said, Kay says, I agree with Eric, what he said when he summed all that up 100%. So, there you go.
Cool. Okay, one more piece of a nugget that some of you guys probably haven't heard before is that when I got to meet with Jay Widener, we talked a lot about the Spirit Being Alliance and his time at Gaia, which he doesn't really talk much publicly about all the details that went down in Gaia. He does talk about. He did do a presentation in Laughlin this year called UFOs and Cults, and he ripped those guys a new one but here's what was interesting is he told me that he was one of the I don't know if it was a producer or he was one of the creators, but he claimed that the bottom line is he was involved in the making of that movie, The Avatar. I don't know if you guys know that or not. All right. So Jay Weidner created this whole blue character in the movie Avatar. That was his brainchild apparently.
Oh.
And then here's the deal. And then so he's working at Gaia, they're producing stuff, and then along comes David Wilcock and Corey Good. And there's a lot I can say on that, but this is what I am going to say is that he believes that Corey Good took that idea of the Avatar and the blue being in Avatar and manipulated it and kind of stole from Jay Weidner and made that whole story up about the blue avians and the blue beings, and that he's what's his name? Weidner says that Corey is much smarter than he appears. He's very clever, and he's very crafty, and he thinks that and Weidner thought that Corey played him, but he had no idea that he was being played, and I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, and I've had a good long talk with Jay too about Corey, and yeah, Corey is definitely, he's an intelligent man. He's probably got a high IQ. His brain works very well, but he has just decided to be a bullshit artist for a living, but he's he's
I guess my question, are we out here trusting Jay Weidner though? Like, I don't know if he's
I hear you.
Who's in it more for the money than Jay Weidner? No one.
Well, hold on, time out. Jay's got plenty of money. His wife is financially well-to-do.
Yeah, he doesn't need money.
Jay's just Jay's a very creative guy. I think that whole Gaia outlet. Jay's an amazing researcher. He's one of the best. Let me just say that right now. But Jay admitted to me, and I didn't ask him to admit it to me, but he admitted to me that he's made some mistakes, and that he got carried away with some things, and he went out and did that series. I forget what it was called with Groovy Bean. What was that series called? They did 6 shows.
Reality
Remember?
Check. On Gaia.
Check.
Yeah.
That's on YouTube.
The YouTube
if you guys
show.
really want to know the whole story, you go to YouTube and check out Reality Checks with Groovy Bean and Jay Weidner, and that's the whole story right there.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is this: Jay he understood the whole dynamics with what happens and the breakup with Corey, and then of course you had the breakup with David Wilcock and the Luciferians, and he feels like Corey manipulated that whole thing, and then of course you have what's his name, the guy that worked on 3,000 alien tissue samples, Emery Smith, right?
Right.
I met Emery Smith in Boulder, Colorado last year also. I think it was early in the year, but Emery has told me some things that I'm not going to say on the radio right now, but let me just say this, that there's definitely some shenanigans. Trust me on that. It's not a straight up deal. Even if you want to believe him because you just want to believe him, you're getting shenanigized.
I don't doubt it. It's just like even Emery Smith, he had those pills that are supposed to show you 2 seconds into the future that keep having production issues. Like, I doubt a lot of those guys. I just don't know if Jay Weidner is more trustworthy.
Well, for me, Jay Weidner, he way before Gaia, way before all of this stuff, which I hear you. He's been involved with some questionable stuff, but before all of this, he is one of the best researchers in the world when it comes to Fulcanelli. I don't know if you know who Fulcanelli. Well, nobody knows who Fulcanelli really was, but that is one of the most fascinating modern mysteries, an actual modern mystery, like within the last 100 years that I've ever come across. I'm so fascinated by it, and in fact, I'm going to have him on to do an episode all about that. And he did a really good episode of Fade to Black a long time ago. I think it was like episode 42, I want to say, of Fade to Black, and all about Fulcanelli, and he is a fantastic researcher when it comes to that. And there's no, there's no fuckery in that situation. There's no Gaia relations. There's no lawsuits. There's no, this was, this research was done like back in the late 90s.
And to be fair, all I've heard is
look at
the drama stuff. So, I've never heard of any of that. And so that would change my opinion some.
Yeah, you definitely, I'll actually put a link to it. I'll put a link to it in the Discord chat, and definitely go listen to that episode. It'll be one of the most just that topic is one of the most fascinating topics of all time for me personally.
That sounds great.
Yeah, there you go. And I'll pull that up in a second here. And actually, I had Jay and Groovy Beam on the last episodes of B-Sides and Rarities we did over at Shift Happens. They were the guest on there. And it was a fun episode. And I don't know, I like Jay. He's a cool guy. He's fun to hang out with. And like Eric said, he's definitely, he's been caught up with the wrong crowd at times. But he's a good-hearted dude, though, and he's fun. He's a fun guy to hang out with, I'll tell you that.
Let me tell you something. If I had to pick, 5 or 10 people that I wanted to hang out with, he'd be on that list. He's brilliant. Let me just tell you, he's brilliant. And if you can get him talking about a story, your brain will open up, and you'll be flooded with knowledge that you can't imagine. Trust me on that.
Yeah, he's full, and then also the Stanley Kubrick stuff as well. He's a very multifaceted dude. But yeah, I'll definitely say that. And I stand corrected, eyes open. You corrected me. Yeah, Jay was on Lighting the Void with Joe Roop. So, and there's the link right over there in Discord chat. Definitely go check it out. And I'm gonna have to check that out as well. And man, you know who we really need to get on here is Richard Allen Miller would be good to have on one of these midnight blends.
That'd be awesome.
That's another guy. The way he's on the top 10 list too, by the way, of people I'd want. If I had to be on an island with 10 brilliant people, he'd be one of them too. He's a mind blower. And I found him through Gigi. If it wasn't for Gigi, I would have never. Suddenly he was on your show one day. I'm going, who's this? Listen to that. I thought, oh, this guy's he's out there. He's way out there on another level.
He's definitely
in a good way.
Yeah, he's definitely a little eccentric, but that's why I love him. And we've had him. He's been on our show more times than any other guest. That's how much I love that dude. And even when you talk to him on the phone, it's so easy to get caught up in a 3-hour-long conversation. It's every phone call is like a radio show with him. It's nonstop knowledge drops. And in fact, I've got a folder on my desktop called Doc Ram, and it's all the documents he's ever sent me, and I go through and look through that stuff all the time as he sends them. Fantastic dude. And man, my website's a little funky. My menu's off. But
I don't know this. I don't know if Doc Ram still does, but at one time I believe he worked with the CIA. Either he worked directly or it was a consultant. Remember that, Gigi?
Yeah, he's worked with many 3-letter agencies as well. And if you guys don't know, the X-Files, the TV show, was very much based on Richard Allen Miller and his team and the work that they were doing with MRU, examining unknown artifacts that didn't originate from here, from Earth. And in fact, they had him on as a consultant for the first couple of seasons of the X-Files because, the characters were very much based on him, Mulder especially was based on the work that he was doing. Obviously, they fictionalized a lot of it and, they made a show out of it, but it was loosely based on Richard Allen Miller and his team over there at MRU. Little fun fact for you.
He'd be a good guy to have on this show if he stayed up that late.
Yeah. Oh, he'll do it, man. He'll do it. He's down.
Oh, let me throw this in real quick. Paul Hynek, J. Allen Hynek's son.
Yeah.
His president, and then Laughlin, without question, was the most entertaining, powerful, and informative presentation that I've seen in a long time. I mean, Jordan Maxwell is up there on a level too, but if you guys ever get a chance to follow Paul Hynek, the stories that he experienced as a child growing up with J. Allen Hynek as his father, and the research he's done, and when this guy gets on stage and starts telling stories, you just don't want him to stop. So that's another guy, Gigi, you want to look for to get on your show, and he's easy to talk to. Paul Hynek. He was on Jimmy's show. And here's what else he told me. This was in San Francisco last week, because I got a chance to sit down with him for a little while. Because I mentioned that when he was talking to Jimmy on his show, he brought up DMT. And did you hear that, Jimmy? I mean, Gigi, that Paul Hynek was talking DMT with Jimmy.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I
so
did.
Anyway, where I'm going with this is that I think Jimmy was a little caught off guard, but they rolled with it. But then, so I asked Paul at San Francisco. I said, I kind of commented about that, and he says, yeah, man, I mean, you see me now, I'm all in the suit, clean cut. He goes, man, I was a hippie, and he goes, I had hair down to here, and I partied, and we did this and we did that, and I've experimented with everything. And I'm thinking, wow, this is pretty cool. This guy's he's just not afraid to tell a story. So he's the kind of guy, if you get him on your show, he'll go there with you. And these are like Doc Ram stories, but from one of the greatest UFO researchers in our history, Hynek, his son. I mean, that's a wealth of information that we need to start tapping into.
Has anyone here done DMT?
I have done it many times, absolutely. And actually, last night's episode of Lighting the Void with Joe Roop, a lot of DMT talk on that one. That was fun.
I was just getting ready to mention that. That was a damn good show, man.
Yeah,
you talked good on the DMT.
Definitely. And one, I was going to call in last night, but I just didn't. But one thing I was going to tell you, Pat, because you're mentioning, you've had your date, you've had your time with psychedelics back when you were younger, and
yep.
And and you were talking about the difference between those experiences and true
what people classify as divine.
Yeah, and that compared to natural experiences where you get to similar states. Now I just wanted to call and say one thing to you about that, and that is because you've never done DMT. Now,
nope.
So the difference between smoking weed and taking a bunch of mushrooms, how different those things are? Like,
right.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, the distance is even greater from mushrooms and LSD to DMT. It's even greater of a difference in experiences. That's how much of a different, like you basically can't even compare the two. It's extremely different. It's extremely, cause with like mushrooms and LSD and stuff, you can fight the trip. You can negotiate with it. You can sort of control it to an extent. But with DMT, there's no negotiation. You are going there. No matter what. That's it.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but also the thing is, when you have a natural experience like I have and other people have, and you probably had them too, that's the same thing, man.
Yeah.
There is no stopping it. It happens. There's no control over it, because the things that, I've had, I could not control nothing. What was said and done was said and done, and then it just shut off, and that was it. It wasn't like
I'm having a hard time imagining anything that's like a springboard off of mushrooms.
Oh, it's a whole nother ball game. But interestingly enough, me and Doc Richard Allen Miller talked about this on a very early episode of Shift Happens, like episode number 4. And that is that those natural experiences that you have without mushrooms or DMT, well, guess what's inducing that experience? It's actually the DMT that's already in your brain. Exactly.
Right. I was going to bring that up to you. But a lot of the experiences that you're having with the tripping, you're just kicking off the DMT in our system, or you're adding to it, which is making it, just like an adrenaline rush.
Right. Yeah.
Because everyone's carrying, right? That's the thing. Everyone has it.
Every plant, every animal.
Bomb on you guys.
Do what?
I got a bomb to drop.
All right. Drop away.
Drop. Here comes a bomb. This came straight from the main man here, Eric Mitchell, who is 100% legit. There's no doubt in my mind about that. If there's any experiencer out there that I'm totally convinced of, it's Eric Mitchell. And one other person that we're back real quickly is for hybrid people, ladies, Geraldine Orozco, 100% convinced that lady's totally legit. So if you want to understand who's actually a hybrid and who is actually being used as a breeder and still being abducted to this day, and she talks about it. She's not hiding it. But I'm just saying. Anyway,
Man,
here's the bomb.
She's got a lot to say. I don't know if she has a lot true to say. But she's got a lot to say.
Here's the bomb. Is that Gary Nolan has been studying the brains of this is a fact, by the way, of experiencers at Stanford University for at least 2 years now. Okay, and so now Eric Mitchell has been having conversations with people like Nolan and Firmage and some of these very high up people. So many of the guys that are into the stars now that used to be in the intelligence services have been in direct contact with Eric Mitchell. And there's one person, I'm going to touch on this briefly and then I'm going to jump right off it, is everybody heard the word MyLab, military abductions. That is going on, and I think Eric knows who it is, and he told me, and this guy is still walking amongst us, and I'm not going to say his name on the air, but he was a colonel, and his hair is now gray, and he has beady blue eyes. So if you want to try to figure it out on your own, anyway. Now back to the bomb. Is that the study that they're doing right now? They're duplicating in Harvard. Eric Mitchell is going to be a consultant. Well, he is a consultant for this study because they're studying his brain. And what they've discovered already is that they're comparing the brains of experiencers to a brain of a person that's a non-experiencer. And there's a part of the brain that he says it's lit up. They use the word lit up, about 30% brighter or more pronounced than a non-experiencer's brain. And they're also looking into potentially the DMT factor in that maybe that these experiencers that are having these experiences, once they have them, that portion of their brain is activated, maybe their DMT is elevated, therefore making them this is just speculation, this part right here, but allowing them to be more I don't know if receptive is the right word, but being able to accept and understand eventually what is happening in this experience that's happening with them and these non-human entities. So it's by turning on the DMT, it kind of activates a portion of what we have already in our consciousness and allows us to experience that. I've done the DMT. I personally didn't find it to be that exciting. I like the mushrooms. I think the mushrooms are way cooler. So anyway, that's my rant on that. And look for these studies to start coming out in the next few years. You're going to start hearing about it, but you're not going to hear about it right away because that part of disclosure is coming later. So I'm just giving you advanced disclosure.
The mushrooms are the best.
Yeah, mushrooms are fantastic, and you can certainly learn a lot from those experiences. But it's words really can't explain what DMT really does do for you. It's a whole nother ball game, though. I gotta say.
Now, off of what
like
Eric was saying,
like 3 minutes.
Canada, one of the Canadian universities has a helmet that is named the God helmet, which they can put on a person, send electricity through, and lights up parts of the brains, gives people near-death experiences, or they'll see aliens. That was years back when I read up on that stuff. But with that being said, the DMT, like I was saying, you take a DMT trip and you're just basically adding to your DMT. So they found out how to stimulate the DMT in our system with electronical pulses.
Absolutely.
With that helmet. Correct?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to just add this in there. I'm going to go on Eric's side real quick. Now, with that being said, with all the towers around, whatever, it's easy to manipulate frequencies to make people see things that they shouldn't see or wouldn't be in reality. Correct?
Or have feelings and emotions and thoughts that are not really that you wouldn't normally have as a result of this.
Correct.
Right.
We know that stuff works. Now I'm going to go on a GG thing here. Now, imagine if Gaia is an alive being, conscious thing. It could make us see, do. It could just basically manipulate us like ants.
Yeah, I believe so.
So just put all that together. That's kind of a pretty neat thing to think about sometimes.
Definitely.
If you start looking at how our brains are manipulated just by sound frequency and everything else. And as you stated before, the other thing is Tesla, you know, he talked about frequencies and everything else. The one thing is, we do know science says, hey, that planet over there's got a different frequency. Hey, that planet's got a different frequency. So just let all that sink in. That's kind of pretty wild to stop and think about. Just think if there's aliens on other planets or people, whatever, and they're going through the same stuff we are, tripping out and not knowing if it's us or we're being manipulated by Earth.
Okay, Elves, you're gonna love this story because you just reminded me when you said Tesla. So when I was at the UFO conference in Laughlin last week, there was a lady that was selling this Tesla technology healing program. Right? It was basically without getting into all the details. It's a machine. I think the machine was like either 12,000 or 20,000. I can't remember what it was, but you put your hands on it like handlebars, and it reads the frequencies in your body, and then through this computer system, and I have this. Matter of fact, I'll tweet it out maybe tomorrow so you can see what I'm talking about. But anyway, it reads the frequencies in your body. It can determine if you have fungal or you have parasites or you got a bad kidney or you got a bad back or whatever's going on in your body. This Tesla technology thing, it reads it and then it prints it out, and then she then takes this glass jar with this kind of crystal stuff in it, right? And this is where it gets interesting, is that she says that she is channeling Tesla, and I know it sounds woo woo. I already know that, but because I spent 2 hours trying to figure out if this lady's woo woo or she's for real. So she says, I can somehow through the frequency that's coming through her through Tesla is somehow gets transferred into this glass jar with this crystal beads in it, and if then that is my medicine. So what I'm supposed to do is carry this thing around with me, and the frequencies apparently that are coming out of these little glass jars are going to heal these parts of my body that I have problems. So she's explaining all this to me. I'm thinking, man, I don't know if I want to dump $120 a month until I do some research on this. And then on the table next to her, she's got 5 books over there. I hadn't even looked at them. I look over, and she's got 5 books that are about 400 pages each, and it's all talking about dowsing. And so she says that Tesla, this is what she said. She said Tesla downloaded 5 books, which is about 2,000 pages of information in 110 days. And her husband was there. And she says, yes, this is absolutely true, that they downloaded the information, and she wrote 5 books in 110 days. And in one of these downloads, Tesla told her that there's 256 races. And she's got I should have bought the book. I didn't buy the book, but I will get the book. But she says that Tesla told her there's 256 alien races. And that and through her dowsing, she could tell you who your alien family is. And it's like, gives you your Akashic alien records. So, I mean, that's woo-woo. But if this lady's onto something, that's pretty awesome. You know what I'm saying?
That sounds woo-woo as fuck, man. Like, I don't know. Did she say she read all them pages? I mean, I could have 400 books of pages. I don't know if I read them.
She actually wrote them out herself, and
she wrote
I'll
them?
have more information.
Oh, shit.
But here's what's interesting: that machine she had, it was completely accurate, because all the things she told me that was wrong with my body, I already knew. I didn't tell her. And she says, oh, you're having trouble here, you're having trouble there, and you've got a problem over here in your lower back on your right-hand side. I'm thinking, fuck, she's right on the nose with this shit. And then on the part where it says vaccines, I was super low and healthy, and I thought, that's interesting, because all the other shit, I was kind of in the middle of the road, and then there's 4 areas I was at a 10, which is bad. And but I haven't had a vaccine since I was probably 13 years old. Never had a flu shot after that. I mean, so I have almost no vaccines in my body, and that Tesla technology figured that out somehow. So that part is not wood. Let me just say that.
You know that I went to China once, and we stopped off at these every site you go to in China has like 3 stops where they're trying to sell you something, and that's how we checked it. We went to like these Chinese healers, and you go around in a circle, and they tell you your kidneys are wrong, but then you go back around it again, they tell you something else. So like if she told you some legitimate stuff, I could understand how you would follow that.
Yeah. But so here's what was interesting. Here's how that ended. Is so she's the healer, but her husband's kind of the business manager part of it. So I says, well, okay, if I said to him finally after like almost 2 hours, I says, now if I decide I'm going to do this after I research this, I said, what's it going to cost? So he pulls out this sheet, and he's got all these prices on here, and he says, well, if you want to heal this, it's this much, and if you want to heal that, it's this much, and there's all these different categories with all these numbers. And I'm looking at this paper, and I'm going, sir, no offense, but this is the worst marketing presentation I've ever seen in my life. I said, I don't even understand what you're trying to tell me, what it's going to cost me. I said, you need to simplify this thing. I said, because I'm a marketing guy. I said, this is what you need to do. You need to give somebody an A, B choice, and then have C as an option, but you don't introduce C until you figure out they're like A or B first. And I said, so you got to make one price. You can't have 18 prices. I said, if you want to heal, I'm just telling this guy what he needs to do. And he was blown away. So he says to me, you know what? He goes, for all that assistance you just gave me, he knocked like 50% off the price, right? He goes, we want to use you as a test subject. And instead of $120 a month, we're going to charge you $70 a month. And we're going to do all the tests on you. And you're going to be our guinea pig. And I says, well, and then I started getting real interested at that point. So I'm going to do it. So you guys, I'll keep you posted. They might heal me. If Tesla heals me, I'm going to tell the world about it.
Yeah, there you go. And
please do.
And Darren was one quick little thing I wanted to add is, and I was also going to call in about this last night on Joe's show, but I didn't call in. Is there is a university in England that is actually we got a little echo here from somebody. Oh well. They're actually funding research to literally map wherever it is that people go on DMT experiences. And by map, I mean like literally, map the physical as if it's a physical location. Try to map it out where it is that people go over there. And I think Graham Hancock is loosely involved in that as well. Very interesting. I need to look up the name of that university, but very, very interesting. Now, also, Eric, in the YouTube chat, Kay was wondering what the name of her. She says, "What's her name or the name of the book?"
Yeah, I've got it in my drawer with like 20 other business cards and pamphlets that I collected. I'll have to I'll look for it tomorrow, and then I'll post it. K28, right?
Oh no, this is a different K. K Spielman in the YouTube chat.
Are they? Is K Spielman on Twitter?
I'm not sure. Kay, are you in Twitter? If so, I've in the YouTube video description, I have Eric Awakening Man's Twitter username. So you can go check out his Twitter when he posts that. If you are on Twitter, let us know your Twitter name. Kay, she says Cats on Twitter. Katz. You know Cats, Eric?
Yeah. Is that the same person?
Well, I guess that's I think that's her friend. So, but yeah, if you tag Cats in it, then she'll get it.
If you know me on Twitter, just remind me because sometimes I get going on a project and
All right, now real quick, let's figure out.
Hey Gigi, have you had a clean out of body experience or not?
Yes, I have actually, and
okay. Now, with that being said, you had a clean one, no drugs, nothing. You were sitting there, and all of a sudden, poof, you're out of your body. Now, your DMT trip, was that the same kind of out of body that you felt from your clean one?
Very, very similar. Extremely.
But there was something
similar.
different about it, correct?
Yes, indeed.
I think the drugs open our minds like doors, but the consciousness is outside of our body.
Right, and like like me and Doc Ram were saying on that one episode. Does somebody have the episode playing in the background? This episode right here. If so, try to mute that. But if
Tom,
not,
Tom needs to, I think Tom needs to mute.
who? Everybody in Discord's muted, so it's one of you guys. But anyway, but yeah, so taking the DMT route is basically like that's like paying a visit to that realm. It's like having a quick visit, a little glimpse, and you get to experience it, but very briefly. But the ultimate goal is to learn how to get there naturally so that you can go there to stay for extended periods of time instead of just these little glimpses.
So your DMT basically just opens the door as you're looking through the door.
I mean, it opens the door and you do go through it, but then it pulls you right back out. Whereas,
out of body, you're free and away from your body.
Well, and you are with DMT as well. I mean, you literally go somewhere else. You are literally out of your body. I mean,
Have you seen your body when you're on DMT?
Absolutely.
So you do see your body?
Yes. Not every time, but some of the times, yes. Absolutely.
I hear it's like a rocket ship. You go straight up.
Yeah, and it's quick too. It's really quick. And but what's interesting for the natural experience that I had? I've had a few of them, but one of them is very fascinating. So I was at Contact in the Desert 2015, and I found it looked like a little piece of turquoise rock sticking out of the sand, just the tip of it. And then, so I went to go pick it up, but it was like stuck in there. So I dug down in the dirt and I pulled out this really big, long sort of trinket, I guess I would call it. It looked like some sort of Wiccan sort of artifact or trinket or something. It had a string of various types of crystals and gemstones on it, and it was wrapped in this green sort of silk, and it was made out of wood. It looked like something that would be used in a ritual or something, and it was deliberately buried, obviously. It was buried upside down with the tip of the stone sticking up. And I was like, whoa, this is badass. And so I took that, and I brought that home with me. And when I brought it home, I had several out-of-body experiences because I put it next to my bed. And I kept having these experiences, these out-of-body experiences, some of the most profound experiences I've had in my life, 100% naturally. And I couldn't, why am I having these now? And then at the end of the day, I decided to go to bed. But every time I was about to fall asleep, I would snap. I would start trying to snap into these out-of-body experiences. And it was almost getting annoying. It's like, man, I need to go to sleep. But every time I am about to fall asleep, I start snapping into that out-of-body experience. And it took me a while to realize, what's the different factor here? Why is this happening right now? So, but I came to realize it must have something to do with this trinket. That's the only thing that's different about my room right now. And so I went to go put that thing outside. I went to my car in the parking lot and I put it in the car to get it away from me. And I went back inside, and sure enough, I was able to fall asleep, which sounds kind of crazy, but that's what happened. And then when I brought it back inside a few days later to try it again, it worked one more time. But after that, it no longer had that effect on me.
Sleep is a funny thing. It's very sensitive.
Yeah, and man, I'll tell you what.
Now,
too.
The first time I did my OB, that was when I was tripping on acid, and that only lasted. The first time lasted. I mean, I was out of body, watching what I was doing, and then when I had that thought of, wait a minute, that's me, bam, back in the body. That was the first time. Now, after that, I had somebody that showed me stuff, explained things to me, and after that, I was able to meditate, and I couldn't control it. I just sometimes would pop out, and then I could walk around the room, but then when I started really paying attention, going, wow, man, that's me, it just, once you start getting grounded, looking at yourself, it kind of forces you back in.
Right. And
I never got to go to the moon or Ingo Swan, go to, Jupiter or whatever. Never did that.
I got a question for you, Pat, and Gigi.
Okay.
All right, so let's picture this. You're in your body, right? And you have your consciousness, and now you're out of your body, and you're observing your body. Is that consciousness that you're experiencing when you're out of body the same consciousness you're experiencing when you're in your body?
That's a very good question. I don't know. What do you think, Pat?
How I felt was simple answer. Two different. In your body, you're more trapped. I can't explain that. You're just more trapped. It's more. Yeah, that's all I can say. You're more trapped. That's how I feel when I'm in my body. I'm more trapped.
Well,
when you're out of body, it's not a trap feeling. You're free, and you're not so human thinking. I guess that's how I'd put it.
Well, and
you're not worried about, I got to go to bed. You don't think of stuff like that.
Right.
You think more higher spiritual kind of thoughts. You're thinking more like, wow, man, feel this, feel the energy around. You're thinking of other things.
Yeah, your consciousness is truly separated from your body in that sense, where, just like you said it very well, but the other way I would put it is, to me, it seems like you take on the consciousness of your higher self while you leave your normal consciousness in your body behind as you're ascending away from it. And you become part of your higher self.
Your body is more of a program that you're put into.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too.
I mean, if you want to look at it like computers, our bodies are programmed, and that's what we have to deal with. We have limitations put on ourselves and our thoughts and everything. We're regulated.
And our consciousness is like the Apple iCloud.
Yeah.
In the, where we're, when you go,
you're lost in the machine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And and another thing I was going to say is, because now I imagine, so your LSD out of body experiences, that was quite some time ago, was it?
Yeah, that was 30 years ago. That's when the first time I did that out of body. That was the first time. I never ever had that happen with any drugs after that. Never.
Well, and I'll tell you one thing. It is because back then, I'm sure you were getting real proper LSD. And that is good.
I'm not saying the guy I got it from made it at a chemistry lab in a college, but let's just say it was pretty strong. Yeah,
well, and here's my point, because back then, regular people didn't have the ability to go in and alter one molecule of it. Like nowadays, if you try to buy LSD off the streets, you are not 99% chance you're not going to get actual LSD. It's going to be that one molecule off stuff, that DOMCT1 or
right, it's not clean.
Yeah, and it's not LSD. Literally, it's really close. It's one molecule off, and you literally buy it online. You can buy that shit online. It's one molecule off. It's designer stuff. So people just buy that shit online and sell on the streets as LSD, and that's where a lot of people are having bad trips. And so that's why I can no longer, if you actually knew the lab guy and you knew it was real LSD, definitely would recommend it. But that's almost impossible to find these days unless you actually know who's making it.
Man, I did some Robitussin, and that shit blew my mind.
Good old-fashioned robo trip.
That was horrible thing, but I saw God, through the whole thing. At the end of it, I saw God, and he told me, never trip like this again.
Yeah, that's a pretty dirty.
And since then,
that's a dirty trip.
I've stayed away from it.
Yeah, that's a dirty trip. I would not recommend that. And eyes open.
It's the worst. It's the worst. I spent probably 6 hours face down on my futon, spinning into hell. The only reason I get up was to change the CD, because I kept running out of the tracks, and so I changed the CD over and over. But basically, for 6 hours, I was just laying face down on my futon, spinning into hell. It was the worst thing I've ever experienced.
Right. Yeah. That's a dirty trip, man. And so Eyes Open in Discord, talking about the bunk LSD out there. She says, "Well, that depends on who you know." Smiley face. But I will say, absolutely, first of all. But I have actually, with the DMT though, I knew exactly where that came from. I knew the chemist. I still know the chemist that makes it. And for the first batches that I tried, I actually helped make it. And there's something just a little bit more magical to it when you saw it being made and you actually participated in the making too. It just adds a little splash of
It's
magic
like baking
to it.
cookies.
Right, yeah, the cookies are always better if you made it. You know what I mean? Same thing with that.
They're always better if you mix it with weed, just saying.
Oh yeah, you gotta get a little herb in you first. That's rule number one for me with its mushrooms or anything. Yeah, that's the perfect complement to the trip.
Never make
Absolutely.
cookies when you're drunk, though. Just an FYI. They may be a little dry the next day. They taste good at that time, but the next day.
Right. Yeah, man. And yeah, fascinating stuff though. And honest, I actually feel like no offense to anybody, but I actually feel bad for people that have never got to have a real proper DMT experience. Like,
Well, here's the thing, though, man. Like, where do you even get DMT? That's where the plebeians are wondering.
Well,
like,
I know exactly where to,
like, who do you hook it up with? Is it?
I know exactly where to get it. And it's the purest stuff you can get too, but I obviously can't say here, but it is out there. You just got to know the right people. And
it's in Arizona too, by the way.
I'm sure there is some here, but yeah. I don't know where it is here, but I'm sure there is some. Oh, actually, you know what? I do.
The guy Sedona that has some.
But yeah,
I tried it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was.
Well, you got my
that's what
Twitter,
I was thinking of.
If anything comes up.
But if you ever find yourself in Austin, Texas,
I hate
you know
Texas.
what I'm saying. Yeah, me too. Fuck Texas. I'm glad you said that.
It's football reasons, though. Fucking hate Texas.
Dude, Texas is such a shit. And I was born and raised there, so I'm allowed to say this. Texas is such a shit state, dude.
It's a bunch of assholes.
It really is.
Let's be honest.
It really. I mean, Austin is Austin is a little mecca where it can be cool in Austin, but outside of Austin, it's just such
traffic, though.
Yeah,
a lot of traffic in Austin.
The traffic is pretty fucked. The I-35
a lot of assholes trying to get in.
Dude, yeah, and the police out there in Texas, that's what really pisses me off. First of all, they still arrest you for weed, which is preposterous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Any state that arrests you for marijuana is a shit state, in my book.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah. And in Texas, that's the kind of place where, like, they'll pull you over just because you have, like, an old beat down car or you're a male with long hair. Like, they'll make shit up to pull you over because they assume you're going to have drugs in your car, and they'll just they will tear your car apart for an hour looking for any reason to arrest you. And once they don't find it, they're all pissed off, and like it's just like such a shitty way to be. In California, you don't get pulled over for shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear Stephanie got pulled over in Wyoming 1 mile an hour over the speed limit, got a ticket. Or that's what she told me.
Yeah.
Now, Eric, since you were asking questions about the OBs, does that mean you've never had one?
OB?
I don't.
Out of body.
I can't. I can't.
If you did, you'd know.
Yeah, you would know if you did.
Me no. Me no.
There's no guessing. Because that is a mind-altering experience, because that's when you question religion, reality, and everything. Because when you pop out and you look around for that split second, you are so confused that is the most confused you'll ever be in your life.
Man, I would float out into space on that. I don't know if I can handle that.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, Pat, because here's the thing with I know exactly what you mean when you say that. And yes, it does make you question a lot of shit that you would not have questioned otherwise. But here's the thing with DMT. When you have a proper DMT blast off and you meet Mother Ayahuasca, or as I call her, the Blue Lady, you have one of those experiences. When you come back, you will literally have zero questions about anything. You will understand exactly why you are, where you are, what the reason is, why you're on this planet. And although it doesn't last, after a couple of days, that understanding slowly fades, and you try to grasp as much of it as you can. And that's why I say everybody should have a proper DMT experience at least once a year. I think
Man,
once
I
a
was
year,
you
just
get
about
your
to say,
you get the
after
manual
mushrooms,
for
I
your
didn't
body.
remember shit.
yes,
You know?
you get the manual for your soul and your consciousness as
Right,
well.
right.
Like everything literally makes perfect sense when you come back from that, and you're just like,
And then you lose it days later.
yeah, it slowly but surely fades
Kind
away.
of a safeguard thing, huh?
And that's what I mean by like DMT is just getting a glimpse of it. You do get the experience, but it's a glimpse. Whereas the real goal in life is to, through meditation and naturally, be able to get those glimpses in more of a glimpse. You get to really stay in that state of mind. And there are,
But now,
go ahead.
But here's something to think about. So we're talking about the manual. You get the manual for your soul, your body, whatever you want to talk and call it.
Yeah.
Basically, it's your body because that's the program. You basically find out what your program was written for. Now think about this. Everybody spends their time trying to find out what the program is instead of just living the program and going with it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
It's just human beings are funny in a sense because with your DMT trip, you got the manual for your soul, your body, so you understand your programming. You understand what I just said?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. To me, it's funny that everybody wants to do drugs and try to get out of their body and try to get away from their program. The funny thing is we're having that program for a reason.
Absolutely. And
to me, it's kind of funny because think about it. If you waste all your time trying to find out why you're programmed and how you're programmed instead of just living the program, if you believe in reincarnation, don't you think you'll sit and keep coming back because you keep screwing it up?
Right. Yeah. I see.
Do you think that there's like an escape through some kind of psychedelic, like you're trapped in this world, but if you take the right psychedelic, there's an escape?
Well,
I've taken a bunch of different psychedelics. I've never felt an escape. I felt close to it.
Exactly. It's the furthest thing from an escape. And that's where a lot of dangerous trips happen for people is they're going into it for the wrong reason. They're trying to escape, or they're treating it like a drug. You know what I mean? Or they're just trying to party with it. Like that's
trying to erase their programming.
Yeah, like that's when you get the bad experiences. But when you go into it with the intention of connecting with the universal consciousness, connecting with, well, that's probably the best way to view it, to connect with universal consciousness, to understand, not escape, but to fully immerse your consciousness into what this reality is, what your soul is, why you're here, why your being exists. That's where the magic happens. And yeah, like sometimes it will, if you go into it for the wrong reasons, it will punish you with a bad trip. You know, it should be treated. It should be treated very.
It's punished me many times with a bad trip. I don't know if it was for that, but it's all kind of making sense now.
Yeah, it's powerful stuff, and there's, it's interesting that DMT is actually the single most illegal substance you can possibly be caught with in North America. It's because
that's fucking insane.
Yeah, they don't want you to wake up like that.
Yeah. And
it's
short too. It's short, right?
Yeah.
It's like 3 or 4 minutes.
I mean, it's the greatest
An acid
thing.
trip is like 16 hours.
Exact. Yeah. And now ayahuasca is it's basically an extended release DMT. It's a DMT trip that lasts for like 15, 20 hours.
See, I'm not trying to fuck with that jungle like psychedelic stuff. That's too much for me.
Man, I would love to.
I used to want to do peyote too, and then I got it together, and I was like, I don't know if that's for me.
Yeah, I've tried to make peyote before. Bought the peyote cactus, but we just fucked up when we made it. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, I had a friend who got the frog that you could trip off of, and all it did was give him a stomach ache. But he raised the frog.
Yeah, and here's an interesting idea or theory as well. Is when it comes to the story of Adam and Eve. Eating the forbidden fruit and gaining the knowledge of good and evil. Well, if you go back to the original written form of that story, the original Hebrew, which is different from Hebrew today. There's still some words in that ancient Hebrew that they still don't know what they mean. But in those original form of that story, the word that was used for apple is actually, it was a multifaceted word. It had a few different meanings. One meaning was apple, but the other meaning was red. And the other meaning, that same word was used it was the word for Amanita muscaria. And if you don't know what that is, that's the original magic mushroom, the original psychedelic mushroom that people have known about for thousands and thousands of years. So if you put that into context, if it was Amanita muscaria that they were eating, and then all of a sudden they gained the knowledge of good and evil, it makes a little bit more sense that way. And also, rumor has it that Steve Jobs, the logo for Apple computers, iPhones, the Apple logo, the apple with a bite taken out of it, that's why he picked that logo. It's, he's had these spiritual psychedelic experiences, or in other words, he's taken the bite out of the apple. So
well, I'm trying to think of places with psychedelic references, and I think Revelations, they start that whole shit off with him eating some mushroom. I could be wrong, though. But, he eats some mushroom, and then all that Revelations trip starts to happen. But that could be just something I've heard in smoking circles, I don't know if that's verified.
Right. Yeah.
What's that rabbi's name that was on Jimmy's show?
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. What's his name, Eric?
Ariel. I can't remember his name. But what I was going to get to, my point, is if you get the time.
Is it Mooley?
Yeah, that's true.
It's Ariel Barsaduk, or I can't remember. But anyway, my point with him was, if you kind of can get on YouTube and his channel and you go listen to some of his older stuff, he kind of gets into the meditations and all the stuff that was the original source of the Hebrew religion or the Judaism, whatever. And he kind of gets into some pretty off the wall stuff.
Yeah, I need to. Now, was that a recent episode when he was on Jimmy's show?
It's been the last probably 3-4 months. I'll try to send you a link, or I'll find it here in a minute.
Word. Hold on real quick.
Here, I can look it up. Just go ahead and talk. I'll find it.
Hold on. We might have some more folks jumping in here.
Yeah, it's Rabbi Ariel Bar, Tzadok, Kosher Torah School.
Okay. Yeah, I need to go listen to that.
Yeah, I mean, just for you, just go on there and kind of, because he gets into some deep stuff that it actually makes more sense with the Bible, some of the stuff he puts and explains, because he does explain the Hebrew language a lot and explains there was, 2 different meanings. And the funny thing is, just like secret teachings, the original language, like let's say the priests knew it one way and the regular people knew it another. That's why you had the Kabbalah and regular Judaism.
Right.
So it is pretty wicked. If you get a chance, that's something to really look into.
Most definitely. And let's see. Let me check something out here. Let's see. Oh, they got a whole crew of people over there. Yeah, I don't know if we want to bring them in here. That's a rowdy group of dudes. But yeah, we'll see if they pop in. But yeah, man. Yeah, I could go all night on this stuff, man. I can go all night on this stuff. But now
the Grant Cameron guy, I really like him because he's trying to put everything together. I think he's pushed more stuff than most people have.
Yeah.
And he doesn't put a lot of he's starting a little woo woo now, but he didn't in the beginning. He was pretty straightforward on stuff.
Yeah, he's definitely one of my you know, top 10, top 20 favorite dudes out there doing the good work, and has been doing it for a long time as well. And
the guy the science guy, Nassim, that Jimmy had on, that guy, he kind of really made me look at things a little different scientifically.
Right, and
you know what I'm talking about?
And indeed I do. And actually he's got some pretty he's sitting on, and Eric knows, he's sitting on some very, very juicy information right now, and I'm not sure what he's gonna do with it. But you're
Grant?
Yeah, Grant Cameron. You're probably sometime in the next year or so, he's gonna drop some serious knowledge bombs, either in the form of a book or something. But he's sitting on some serious information right now. Let's see. Oh, Eyes Open from Discord wants to ask. Now you briefly mentioned, that Grant's been more recently going into what you would consider woo-woo stuff. She's wondering, what do you consider woo-woo in that regard that he's doing?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I don't mean it in a bad way. Woo-woo to me is more people's experience and their stories. To me, that's more, and that comes out wrong as I'm saying it, I'm figuring it out. But the woo-woo to me is more when you're getting more into the imaginary kind of stuff. But then again, who's to say it's imaginary?
Right. And
what I mean by that, Blue Chicken Boy, I mean, things like that to me is woo-woo. 30 years ago, I went to psychic fairs. I was about 20 years old or so. So things that you guys nowadays look at and it looks all new to you, man, it's the same stuff 30 years ago, the exact same. That's why, don't take this wrong, but a lot of stuff I call woo-woo because it's all the same kind of stuff 30 years ago as a young kid I was listening to, I was learning about. I was learning about chemtrails 30 years ago. I learned about all this stuff, and it's like all of a sudden 30 years later, everybody's like caught up.
Right. Well, I mean, the internet is one thing.
So when I say woo-woo, that's kind of what I mean. It's the same stuff, like Scientology with Eric was talking about grabbing whatever the handlebars and getting readings. Well, Scientology did that 30 years ago. I sat there and watched them.
Right. Well,
hold the little meters and they'll tell you all this. So kind of the same.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you clarified that, because I think a lot of other people would use the word woo-woo to describe not that. For example, they would, like flat earth. That's some woo-woo shit. Is
right.
How I'm thinking Eyes Open was asking, when she says woo-woo, I think, she was saying it in those kind of terms. But yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. And I think there's definitely, I totally feel you. Like, yeah, we've been talking about this shit for years, for decades, right? But it is nice to see that there's more and more people waking up to this information and to the possibilities of these theories, and that there's more conversations being had. But it also is kind of lame how you see a lot of people, this whole industry is kind of, it's getting a little Hollywood, so to speak. People are just regurgitating information from 30 years ago as if, owning it as if it's their own. But it comes out
new. It's in a new wrapper, just like, Blue Chicken Boy's doing. It's the same friggin' stuff, different wrapper. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. And, just a lot of regurgitation of old info, man. And not a whole lot of dudes really pushing the envelope these days. It's all about,
That's why I talked about earlier about the UFOs and stuff. Look, the stuff back, 30 years ago when I was getting into this stuff, that stuff back then, to me, had more of a bite to it that you could get into, and that there's stuff. Because nowadays, 30 years later, you got CGI, you've got manipulation. I mean, it's just, to me, it's still watered down now. And it's just, how can you find something? It's like trying to, find a rock in the ocean. Good luck. Back when I was looking into it, it was more like a, small pond, a little more feasible.
And well, now and Night Stalker is saying like, "Oh man, you guys aren't listening to the right stuff." And don't get us wrong, Night Stalker.
I listen to everything.
Yeah, I know Pat does too, and I probably speak for both of us. Yeah, we listen to everything. We're not saying all of it is regurgitated, but there are a lot of people. It's definitely a little oversaturated with folks that are just they're making their living just regurgitating information from 30 years ago, and they're not really bringing anything new to the table. But there are people bringing new stuff to the table, just not as many as there are regurgitating old shit. It's basically my point. But
yeah, because a lot of stuff back then that I'm looked into, like I said, the chemtrails and all that. 30 years ago, we talked about that, and I mean, it was the same thing. But now, it's everybody's just now starting to go, hey, there was chemtrails. They just started this 5 years ago, and I'm like, yeah, okay.
Right. Yeah, and there's old military training videos from like the fucking 30s and 40s.
And that's what I'm saying. Before the 30s, I would believe more of a UFO story than I do after the 30s, because we got into technology. Whether people like it or not, Germany, I don't know how they did it or what they got into, but their technology just surpassed normal stuff way, way, way more.
Yeah, I mean, I really...
And then think about it. When all of a sudden, Operation Paperclip, when that happened, all of a sudden, we had technology that the rest of the world didn't have.
Exactly.
America's more advanced than we understand, and the rest of the world understands.
Absolutely. And here's the thing to think about, though, with exactly that is, because like you said, the Germans legitimately came out with new fucking technology, like brand new technology. There was nothing like it before. And then, after Paperclip, we started adapting it, and we started seeing that technology here. But if you really think about it, at least as far technology that's publicly available, technology has not really, we haven't gotten any new real technology since then. Now we've improved technology, like TVs. Like, yeah, our TVs are way better. Computers are way better, right? But those things were brand new back in the 30s and 40s and 50s. Like that was actually new technology, whereas all the technology we have today is still just an extension of shit that was discovered back in the 30s and 40s. We haven't had a real... I
get what you're saying. It's like nuclear energy. Look how long we've had that.
Exactly, and it really makes you wonder, like, why are we not discovering new shit? Why can we only improve shit from the 30s? Like, whatever it was that they discovered out there, I wonder if we'll ever know. We probably won't, but whatever it was, so to speak, out of this world. I don't necessarily mean that literally, although that is possible. But I do know that...
now, the outer world stuff, now, if you remember the Vril Society, you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
Okay, now, here's something to think about. As everybody wants to say ETs, I'm more into the portals, dimensional things. That's more, I can understand and wrap my head around that. That makes more logical sense to me than somebody billions of light years away coming here just to visit. It's like, I wouldn't do it, so I don't understand why they would. Right. But with that being said, now they were into their magic. They were doing their stuff. Let's say they naturally figured out a way to do the portals, and they had their DMT experience, whatever you want to call it, and they got the technology through that means. I could get that and grasp my head around it.
Yeah.
I can grasp that better than I can an ET coming here going, hey, we're going to trade you. Wait a minute. When people say that, I go, what the hell do we got to trade to them?
Right. And
gold and all this other stuff that everybody thinks, oh, only planet Earth has this shit. I'm like, okay, keep thinking that. When there's talking about mining asteroids, well, what are they mining?
Right. And people in the chat are right along with us here now. But yeah, another interesting thing about Nazi Germany and what they were doing in the 20s and 30s leading up to World War II, leading up to their technological advancements, is they put a lot of time, effort, and resources into excavations in ancient megalithic sites around the world.
India and everywhere. That's, if people don't know this, they can go through history books. But if you pay attention to the countries that they went into, there was always mysticism, and that was the reason they were going there. Fear of Destiny is a really good book. It's an old book. It's really thick. If somebody wants to look into it, find it.
Yeah, and they had an obsession with the occult, the obsession with ancient cultures, and like it was a.
Now that wasn't Hitler like people think. That he had people surrounding that were into mysticism. He was more kind of the.
He was just
I hate calling him a leader, but he was more the PR guy.
Yeah, he was just
wasn't the brains.
He was just the Nazi spokesperson, basically.
Right. He was a PR guy.
Right. And yeah.
Now the portals and everything as far as the technology, if you think about it, we went from prop planes, Germany comes out with the V-2. They come out with rockets. That's like going from the horse to the car.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's huge. Absolutely huge. And
now that was done within the last 120 years, 100 years or whatever. Now think about this. As a society, how would our psyche be if we went from horse to car and then all of a sudden we're into flying cars? To me, I kind of understand the not wanting to throw everything out all at once, because honestly, I don't think they understand how the human psyche would accept it. Because, religion, let's say all of a sudden they say, here's proof, none of this ever happened. It was all written. Think about what that would do to the human psyche. And I'm talking the human consciousness all at one time.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I mean, honestly, it would be like someone coming to you and showing proof and go, here, look, when you're dead, you're dead. There's nothing. All this was an acid trip that the earth gave you. Your psyche would be shattered.
Yeah. And
same concept with the technology. That's what would happen to us. Everybody thinks, oh, we'd be able to handle it. We'd be able to handle it. To an extent, I understand. But once you get technology, that opens up more things. Look at the quantum computers. Look at, that guy that was talking about, oh, yeah, we know more than we ever did, and I don't know, too fast for human psyche's not good. Everything has to evolve at a certain rate.
I really agree. And now I know we got a few people that joined in. We'll get to you guys in just a second. We're just going to wrap up this point here. But yeah, when it comes to a lot of the secrecy in the world, black projects, people tend to associate well-kept secrets and deception with something that must be negative. It must be for nefarious reasons. But nobody really stops to think that there might actually be a good reason why they don't share some stuff with everybody. Going along with what you were just saying, like literally it might be in our best interest to not know some shit yet. What if they really did find out some extremely mind-bogglingly fucked up shit about our reality that would not be conducive for us to really have full access to right now. I'm not saying that is the case, but it's a possibility. And I think just because things are kept secret doesn't necessarily mean it's for a bad reason. In fact, sometimes it can be for very good reasons, I think.
It's like, gatekeepers. They're there for a reason.
Yes, exactly. Now, all right, so we got a whole crew of people that just showed up in here in the Discord voice channel. So let's go and introduce some of these folks. First of all is Jewish producer, as I like to call him, Jew Pro. What's happening?
Hey, how's it going, GG? Glad to be here. Nice show so far. I'm really enjoying this conversation. Thanks. We'll be hanging here.
Right on. And yeah, we've already been going for about 3.5 hours now. Usually it's only 2 hours long, but we were just having such a good chat with the audience that we just decided to keep going. So here we are. And also we've got Apocalypse in the house. Hey, what's happening, dude? Long time no see.
Hey, long time no see. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Kings of Darkness is in here.
Hello.
There.
Nice show, GG.
Thank you very much. And yeah, this is also very much Dave Cruz's show also, but he had to leave earlier. So I'm just handling the overtime right now. And then we've also got Ostrich Thief in the house.
I'm here.
All
Also
right.
known as Darren.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The one and only Darren. And, well, the one of two Darren. And now we also have RD is here as well. And
Hi, Gigi.
hey, what's happening, dude? And,
RD doesn't have a voice.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've heard him talk
From
much.
Belgium or somewhere. So.
He's from some strange land.
Dude, and speaking of which, Night Stalker, where are you from? It seems like you don't live in America. Where are you? What country are you in? And Open Eyes just hanging out, listening in there. And then we've got all the folks over in YouTube as well. Don't worry, guys, we haven't forgot about you.
Hello.
Now, as far as the raffle drawing, I don't think anybody's entered yet, so you can't win if you don't enter, but that's all right. Now, but anyway, so were you guys just doing a show before you came over here, or were you guys just hanging out over there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Night Stalker.
It's the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
I'm from Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. For
like
some
15
reason.
minutes north of Boston. Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you were like well, you don't sound English, but I don't know. I remember last night. It was like really late last night, and you were like, "All right, time to go get some lunch."
Yeah, I'm working. I'm the Night Stalker for anyone who can't see the text. It's a stalker with an O, so it's like shelf stalker. So I work overnight at a supermarket. So it's like 4 a.m. East or 3:40 East Coast time for me right now. So I was at my lunch break last night. Is what you saw?
Yeah. Okay. I was all right. Yeah, I was just wondering. But
happens all the time.
And then for all you guys, if you don't know Pat the Elf Man or Pat the Elf on Twitter, well, I think it's just the Elf on Twitter, right?
Yep.
Right, but he's on Skype with me here, and also we have Eric Awakening Man is still here as well, unless his mic is still muted. But there he is.
Yeah, I'm here. So, how long has the Devil's Den been listening to the show tonight? I'm just being silly.
Honestly,
Darren, how long you guys been tuning in over there?
But I like to tune in and listen every once in a while. I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Right on.
There you go.
Did you guys hear the first 2 hours, or are you just coming in late here?
For the most part, later. We were just hanging out. And we found out you guys were doing a show. We barely get any links to you guys over in our server, but you're more than welcome to come over and make sure we get a link when your show goes live.
Dude, I posted a link in your server earlier.
Oh, sorry about that. I must have missed it. Usually
That's how I found it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's all good. It's all.
We had a lot of other dramas. Sorry, Gigi. We're like, we got a lot of side roads. But maybe can you recap? Like, what did we miss? What were the highlights, or what was the theme? Since we didn't hear the beginning, the first 2 hours.
Well, I'll give you a quick rundown. For the first segment, it was Eric just dropping a lot of research he's come across, especially because he was at the UFO MegaCon in Laughlin, which is like a 10-day long conference ordeal, and he learned a lot of crazy shit over there. We got into a lot of talk about psychedelics for about a solid hour and a half right before you guys got here, talking about DMT and spiritual experiences without DMT that are similar to it, and yeah, a lot of psychedelic talk, and yeah.
Sorry, we missed that part. That's right up my alley. We probably have a lot of good stories to tell, and you probably told a lot of good ones. Personal experiences are always really helpful and interesting.
Indeed. Yeah. We just got done talking about all that right before you got here. But yeah. So what's going on, JP? Do you now for those of you that don't know, he has his own a couple of your own podcasts. Are you still doing both of those, or are you just focusing on inflammatory?
Well, we just started live streaming on YouTube now with the one I do with Brian with Mr. Midnight Movie, which has been doing really good. So we're just kind of really putting a lot of effort into that, and we're building websites and doing all kinds of stuff.
Right. And so is that under the Inflammatory Talk name, or what is that one called?
Yeah, it's just kind of standing on its own now, Transparency and Merit. And we have a website, and it's this is our first experience. I know you just started live streaming. It was kind of at a time when we had both decided to start live streaming, and the minute we did, we were getting a lot more hits and a lot more activity, and more than we ever got on any of those other kind of pay to play networks. So we're having a lot of fun with it now. We're just kind of learning. the whole streaming. And of course, I do my own podcast too, Reperception. That's one I'm just lining up interviews and trying to make everything tight and get everything ready. So eventually, that's where I'm going to put a lot of energy into and make that just a real fun place to go.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I think I think we got the right idea with these. These streams are fun. The live video is cool. People get to see us, and with the YouTube streams, I can pull up shit on the Chrome browser, play videos of what we're talking about or whatever. It's a lot more interactive, and because everybody and their grandma, has an audio only podcast. You know what I mean? And
the problem was with what the show I was doing with Brian. I think we were just having trouble drawing the picture clear enough, and I think that's the real skill anyways when you're doing shows like this, and especially with a lot of the topics that you talk about. You really have to take the time to describe it, and sometimes a video, and these days it's like you just pull up a video and you got your explanation right there in a little 2-minute video if you want, and there you go. Makes things flow a lot quicker and easier.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to ask JP a question.
Yeah.
First of all, I haven't been able to hear you guys in a while, but how is Joe Seeker still come around, or is he kind of went on his own path?
Yeah, we were just talking actually in my server, and I told him to come over, but I'm not. I'm gonna find if he's still around. Yeah, he's still there though. Still around.
Joe always cracked me up. His wit was pretty. Okay, and here's my other question. So check this out. A couple days ago on Twitter, some girl that I've been kind of chatting with, just social media stuff, and she's talking about doing this video, YouTube video presentation about Michael Jackson, and her take was going to be that he was innocent, and that she had all the reasons, why he was so on and so forth. So I'm just curious, because I think we might have talked about this once a long time ago, but in your opinion, do you think Jackson was a pedophile, or do you have a take on that? I'm curious.
I mean, I have a real strong opinion when it comes to anything that we get out of the media. So when it comes to a super mega star like Michael Jackson, I think everything was scripted. Everything was done by the numbers, and it's all just kind of a written script. In my view, I know it's kind of strong, and people want to love reading stories about Michael Jackson and whether he was this or that. And that's what news stories do. That they're designed to keep you locked into these rabbit holes, and from my view, it's all scripted, and these are all actors on the world stage. So, Michael Jackson, who cares?
Okay, so yeah, I hear you, but let me just get. So bottom line is he had his ranch. I mean, that's a fact, obviously. And then the fact he did have children out there, and he even admitted, and I'm not trying to make a big deal about this, but he admitted that, he said it in a very loving way on his live scripted show, that it was very loving to have a child in your bed. And so, I mean, does that kind of make you suspicious that even though it was scripted, do you think the part of the script was him doodling little boys, or do you think that's all bullshit?
Well, the narrative. I live in Los Angeles, and I grew up here. It's a fucked up place. Hollywood's a fucked up place, and there's weirdness that's come out of Hollywood that's beyond explanation to the average person, I would assume. And I think people who are in very powerful positions, who knows, they have the power to do very strange things. And if pedophilia is one of those things, it's disgusting and disturbing and all that. But I don't know how many of the stories we read about in the newspaper, I don't know how many of those are real or fake. I'm just going with my gut feeling that none of these stories have the ring of truth to them, and I think they're all scripted and acted out in a certain way. And Weinstein could be a disgusting rapist, pedophile. I don't know, but I just kind of take from these stories at face value.
I get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
it seems like
probably a lot of. To answer your question, I would say there's probably a lot of weird pedophilia going on. I wouldn't doubt that for a second.
Right.
All right, that's cool. And then the Weinstein. I mean, if I was going to compare his potential guilt versus Jackson's potential guilt, I would, my opinion, is Weinstein was most likely, doing that classic, what is it? They call it the casting couch kind of deal. I mean, he was God. Even what's her name? Meryl Streep even said he was considered like the god of Hollywood, so he can pretty much get away with whatever he wanted. So, I mean, he's got his. It looks like he's going to be spending some time in jail.
Yeah, and the casting couch is nothing new. I think that's one of those hazing rituals of whatever it is. So some kind of ritual and horrible part of what Hollywood has always been. In my view.
You see that recent news about Weinstein that's been going around the past few days from like major news sources, like not just conspiracy stuff, but I guess two of the biggest accusers of him, like in trial, are saying that he has like a deformed genitalia. And it looks like he has no testicles. Looks like his ball sack is sewn, and that it's like it looks like it's so the deep, heavy. Like I'm not into this random conspiracy, but there's a lot of my friends are into the idea that everyone in Hollywood is like the opposite gender of what they actually are. So it's like they're taking it and they're running with it hard. And I just thought it was pretty crazy.
Wow. I talk about the transhumanist agenda a lot, and it's very real in my view. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. So his whole thing, it's like I don't know what to make of it. Like he was what you said, a big power player, but I don't know. Like I don't think he's that high up on the totem pole. So are they like making an example out of him? Are they just like throwing Weinstein to the wolves, like because the people are demanding like some kind of justice?
I think these guys are all on the same team. They all have tons of money, so it's beyond money and power and whatever. I just think that they are all, and this might be some sort of shaming ritual. It could be part of some, sometime I get kind of tripped up in these ideas sometimes, but because I don't know everything. There's guys that can really explain it very well, but I think this kind of leads down the path of Freemasons and their position of
the shaming. The shaming of who? Like the shaming of Weinstein, or the shaming of the casting couch?
Yeah. It could be like maybe Weinstein was to get a promotion within the society, or
I mean the way
part of
the sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Like the way I kind of describe it, to not with Weinstein, but with Epstein, kind of in the same way. That like I'm a big NBA fan, but I also think that pro sports are rigged. Like I have an appreciation for it the same way like a hardcore wrestling fan knows that the matches are fixed, but they still love wrestling.
Right.
Like, I love the NBA.
Let me ask you a question. How rigged do you think it is? Do you think it's fully scripted? I'm almost to the point where I think it's fully scripted, to the point where point totals and everything have full power.
Sorry, 1 second. Somebody just ring the doorbell. No, I think you're right. It depends on like what mood I'm in that day, kind of. But like as a fan who likes it, I want to believe that you can't predict, you can't rig a shot going in. But if you look into the gematria and stuff and like all the numerology behind it, then it's like, yeah, you're right. They could be rigging every single basket. Like, it's pretty incredible, yeah. But
what's his name? Zachary Hubbard would tell you that there's technology in play for all these where the balls.
That was you're right. That was in a '90s movie with Sean Hunter from Boy Meets World and the guy from the famous Jet Jackson. They like switched places. It's like a random made-for-TV movie in the '90s, but they had like a strip around the ball, which like caused this like one rich kid to be able to manipulate the shot, like so the bad team would win. So that was like that's like
if you ever find the link to that, you gotta post it.
I will. But real quick with the NBA thing. So like it's a systematic thing. So like everyone is cheating, obviously, but Tim Donaghy is like a scapegoat. So now they can just point to this one guy and be like amongst NBA fans, like they know that like they can point to the games where he was the ref and be like cheated. So like by taking him out, you go, oh, we fixed the problem. It's one guy. We got rid of him, and now the problem's fixed. So like so Epstein or Weinstein could be like the same thing. Like, oh no, it's just this one guy who's in charge of all the pedophilia in the world, but in reality, like it's just the elites, and these people at lower levels, like a Weinstein or an Epstein, could be getting thrown to the wolves, like same kind of way, like you're saying the initiation, but like more like sorry, I'm out of breath. More like just they don't care.
Well,
They're lower tier.
He said, depending on the day,
Yeah.
and what kind of information I'm reading. Yeah, I mean, I see that entirely. A weird thing, if the morning Kobe crashed, true story. He flew from Long Beach and he took a path through Los Angeles, flew right over my house in Granada Hills, and I went outside. I was like, "What the hell is that noise?" It was crazy, and I looked up, and there's some trees around, so I didn't see the helicopter. But about 30 minutes later, he crashed, and then about a day later, I saw the flight path, and sure enough, the flight path went right over my house. I got a picture somewhere. It's hilarious. It's bizarre.
Crazy.
But
There's
yeah,
a lot of stuff in that. There's a lot of weird.
The gematria of Kobe, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, go ahead. Yeah, there's a ton of weird stuff with the Kobe thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that'll take you down 40 paths, and nobody's seeing any of it. It's really.
I mean, if you want to get into some weird ones, the Star Trek Space Force thing happened like a couple weeks before the incident, like the crash, and Kobe's logo is the Star Trek logo upside down, like his Mamba logo.
Looks like
and
a
also like
helicopter.
yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean, there's a million of these, but like one of the ones that I actually found like accidentally was I was looking at the Snapchat for ESPN, and they were flashing back to like this is like probably a week and a half after it happened. And they were flashing back to Kobe watching the Super Bowl from 2 years ago where the Eagles beat the Pats, and he was like celebrating with his daughter at like the last second where they like stopped the final touchdown or whatever, and so it's like a real heartwarming moment. They're like Kobe loves his daughter or whatever, and then so I'm looking at the Snapchat, and I see you can only see two numbers on the screen like when they show the players because it's like a home recording of him watching the TV, and the two numbers are 26 and 41, and it was on 26, and it was he died at age 41, and that's the 41 is just all over the place with the gematria and stuff.
I was gonna
And
say
then
that.
yeah, and the final score of the game was like 41-33, I think, of that year. That and like Philadelphia is his home team. Like his dad played for the Sixers and everything. And then he won an Oscar. He's an Oscar winner. And the Oscar and the Grammys were that night. The Oscars were that week. State of the Union were that week. That was like the Super Bowl was like a few days before that. It's crazy. Lil Wayne had a CD come out. I'm a big like rap fan, and but like before I was a conspiracy fan, so I'm having a tough time like putting that all together. But like Lil Wayne teased a CD called Funeral like 3 days before the crash, and then like I guess after the crash happened, he might have like switched the track list around, but he dedicated the track number 8, which is Kobe's number, to Kobe, and it's like, but the song is real weird. Like there's no real like homage. It's kind of like just a real like gangsta song, like typical Lil Wayne. But he just happens to say purple and gold like once in the song, so they associate it with
there you go
with him. But like it's real weird, and it was like yeah, I don't know. It's like he predicted it, and I don't know. It's crazy. I'll let you. I'm rambling though, so.
No, I like hearing this. Because there's so much that it all kind of got blended together. I was kind of on that path with all the connections to not. I think the point there is it's not just like a game's rigged and somebody makes money from rigging the game and all that. I mean this is something that extends to the stock market, to the coronavirus. Corona in. What is it in Latin? Is means
Chronos. Crown, yeah, it's Chronos. Crown, Saturn.
Kobe has that big famous crown tattoo right on his shoulder.
And LeBron's the king of the. This is another thread. LeBron calls himself King James, like he's the next tier or whatever, and he's now playing for the Lakers. And like the mainstream NBA fans were kind of like pissed off at LeBron because every time he'd make a speech, he would like about Kobe, he'd bring himself into it. Like, we're doing this for Kobe. I'm gonna win a championship for Kobe. Blah blah blah. So you can almost guarantee the Lakers are gonna win it this year. but like also he like it's kind of like a crown battle, like a war for the crown. And
Well, you can't rule out Milwaukee and that killing that was in Milwaukee, and all Milwaukee has so many signs pointing to them possibly at least meeting up with the Lakers in the
I mean,
championship.
that'd be cool. I think yeah, that'd be cool. I think my gut is saying, like I listen to a lot of NBA podcasts, and the analysts. It's so weird listening to them. It's like, how do you not know it's rigged? Because it's like the regular season doesn't matter at all. It's like the Sixers are just brutal and they're collapsing, but they still talk about them like, yeah, they got the most talent though, so they'll probably be there. And like their logo, they for some reason they keep pushing this like dismembered serpent. Have you seen their court? They have like a snake that's like wrapped around the Liberty Bell. It's all cut in pieces.
When LeBron passed Kobe on the all-time scoring list, he was stepped on the snake.
Yeah, in Philly, where Kobe's from.
Yeah.
And there was the night before, and it's all coated with 33s. But like that snake is a Ben Franklin invention. Like he used to talk about like to try to get people to revolt. But it's based on the shamanic journey, like the initiatory journey, where you go into the underworld, you're like torn apart and put back together, and it's like the resurrection ritual. And that's the theme that I'm seeing more than anything is like this resurrection, Phoenix, rise of the old gods type thing. Rise of Saturn, rise of Kronos, crown. Like Saturn was like an important. I don't know. I'm not a big astrology guy, but it was prominent in astrology that week of the Kobe death. I don't know. There's a lot going on. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even look at the astrology for the week that happened, but it goes on and on. There's so many roads that it's kind of interesting too. What I found kind of encouraging too is that this all happened, and I had a lot of friends of mine for the first time go like, something about this is fishy, and I thought that was very strange because usually they're the ones who say to me, oh, because I'll just call it out, just this is a scripted fake fucking bizarre incident happen, and I always get called nuts. So I was encouraged, and part of it had to do with that stupid cartoon that everybody saw, and I think a lot of people are kind of coming to the conclusion too that this is all just revelation of method, and people are catching it so much quicker than they used to. What's next? And I think it was kind of obvious that the one thing that they could do to make it all real was crash the friggin' stock market.
I know, and it's you're right. Like the events are almost getting more movie-ish and cartoonish, and like it's synchronistically it's 2020, so it's like as they're getting more cartoony, the kind of masses are like waking up to be like, oh shit, like something is going down.
Right.
I don't know. It's yeah, you're right. It's crazy.
Yeah. Finally getting that 2020 vision.
2020. That's
oh, and also
what it means.
In the cartoony thing, like the people realizing like something's up. I feel like this kind of went way under the radar because it happened on a Friday, and in the biz they call that dumping day. But that flat Earth guy died on the rocket. I feel the show just didn't really cover that. Like, so I'm like scouring the internet for links and stuff, and I see all these flat Earth links. I'm like, oh Jesus! And every single picture has this guy standing in front of this rocket, and I'm assuming I didn't even click on the picture. I'm assuming that they're just using some bullshit thumbnail to embarrass them because it's all like from mainstream sources. And then I come into work, and my boss is like, yeah, I watched the video. And I'm like, was the rocket that's in the picture the rocket he used, like the one that looks like a cartoon? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, it literally looks like Wile E. Coyote on the back of a rocket. Like, it might as well have the word Acme on the side of it with a string hanging out the back of it. It was so cartoony and ridiculous. And then like, if you look into I won't go into it, but if you look into the numerology and the gematria, especially for that one, like it's Betelgeuse is in it, and it's like there's a bunch of stuff that's in it. Like in his name, Mike Hughes or whatever. That one's got kind of brushed under the rug, I feel like, but that was a weird one.
You mean the gematria of his name?
Of his name, yeah. Check that one out. Yeah. Tartaria's on it.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah. A lot of weird stuff.
Still pushing that Tartarian narrative that
I haven't even really gotten into it, but like my friends are into it.
Talking about that about 15 minutes ago with these guys, that I just don't buy it because it supposedly happened at a time when far more people would have recorded what happened.
No, you're sorry, you're right. Like there's levels to it. Like depending on who you talk to, it's like the whole West Coast. Every building was made by these Tartarians that we haven't constructed anything. Everything post like 1900 was made by these Tartarians. It's the same way with the somebody in the chat mentioned mud fossils. I think he mentioned mud flood actually, but there was the mud fossil theory, which is kind of like the sister where there were these. You ever heard of that? With like Roger Spur, Mud Fossil University and everything?
No.
Oh, holy shit. You might as well just cancel the podcast right now and go look into that. But he's essentially saying that like the Nephilim and the giants of the Bible were real, but they weren't like 7 feet or 12 feet or 30 feet. They were like miles tall, like it says in the Book of Enoch. And that like...
Well, this I do know about, yeah.
But like, this is like having a big resurgence. And I'm basically saying that like, everything beneath us is made out of giant bones, like the pictures of those like mountains that look like women and stuff. You've seen those around, obviously.
Right.
But like, depending on that I can get behind. I can get behind that. But if you were to talk to Roger, I'm pretty sure his take is that you can go outside and every rock on the ground, if you like wet it, will show arteries, and it's a organ from a giant. And I think I'm almost positive that his take is that there are no rocks that aren't pieces of giants unless they're igneous, unless they're from volcanic magma.
Right.
They're a piece of a giant. In that, those like giant ball spheres that like Graham Hancock was talking about a few years ago. They're like huge spheres, made of rock that they found in the South America and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have.
Well, like under the mud fossil paradigm, he believes that those are these like BB size dots that are like balls that are like in your knee. So if you were to look at a medical diagram of your knee, it's these balls that are in your knee. And in order for that to be true, these giants would need to be like hundreds of miles tall. And it's just that's the thing where I can't follow him all the way to there. You know what I mean?
Right. But I will say
and I only say that just to say that you're right about the levels. It's like depending on which there's like real nuggets of truth, and then you got to try to discern which one where some people taking it too far to throw you off and to make us all seem crazy. Does it really go this far? Like, is it all, it's tough. You're right about that.
But there's avenues I haven't looked at. Like I had no idea about the thing you were just talking about.
Mud fossil, yeah.
Mud fossil.
Yeah, so check out Mud Fossil University. It's like mainly one guy, but it's big now. I mean, like it's pretty popular.
Yeah, I think I've just like heard bits and pieces and haven't gone and done the looking around. But until then, I just can't. It's hard to accept much of it.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, and oh hey, what's up, Stephanie?
Hey Gigi, I'm here live from Phoenix, Arizona. What's up?
Hey,
nice.
What's happening?
Where's my beer? Just a minute.
Oh yeah, get that man a beer.
But yeah, the Tartaria though. I am really surprised that does not come up in conversation in this community of shows, like at all, really.
I know. Well, it depends. Like which like they are to me. My shows are all covering it. That's what I meant. I'm not saying you guys listen to bad stuff. I just mean like there's some rabbit holes out there that are consistently like these same authors are going on these tours. They're doing the same tours that J. Allen Hynek's son's doing and everybody else, but it's just to different audiences, obviously.
Well, yeah, like I'm talking about more in terms of like Ground Zero or Fade to Black.
Yeah, that's mainstream conspiracy to me.
Yeah,
that's diet conspiracy. No
yeah,
I call on that show.
Yeah, exactly.
Once a week.
Exactly.
Like it's diet conspiracy.
Exactly.
What are you allowed to talk about?
Exactly, but I am still surprised that they don't talk about it though. Like it seems like I wonder why they wouldn't touch that subject.
I'm a little surprised too because a lot of it takes a lot of leaps to really kind of
you have to not believe anything. You have to like in order to accept these theories, which like
right.
I don't have a lot of like personal beliefs. I just like collecting all the theories. Like it's just fun for me.
Right.
But like in order to accept like flat Earth and mud flood and mud fossil to be 100% true as it's being told to you, you have to believe that everything you've ever been told is a lie and reject it first. You know what I mean? So it's a tough pill to swallow. And he's on like Ground Zero, for instance, is on a Christian conservative terrestrial radio station. You know what I mean? He knows his audience.
Right.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, what's happening, Stephanie?
Where are you guys? Where did you end up going?
I'm at my house.
Nice.
Yeah, Gigi.
What's up?
Let me just tell you, it's a beautiful night in Phoenix, downtown Phoenix. Great. I just want to do a shout out for a few people on the radio. I'm going to do a shout out to Gigi on the Shift Happens radio podcast. Great show. I want to do a shout out to Jewish producer that does the show with Mr. Midnight Movie.
Woo woo.
Great intellect. Woo woo woo. Better record that. I want to do a shout out to RD, even though I don't talk to you that much. You always have the biggest intellect from the European continent. Good for you, man. And Husker, going Husk, even though he doesn't talk on the live. Major shout out for him right now, and I'm here. Everybody who's on live Discord right now and having a good night. What up?
What up?
All right, there you go. Good old-fashioned shout out.
Great shout out.
Yeah, thanks, Stephanie. Appreciate you.
Can we get a shout out? Can we get a shout out from Dennis? There we go. There we go.
What do you want? I'm taking an Uber from here back to my hotel room later, eh? You know? Live show. Is there any live show here?
Yeah, it sounds like a car crash, but hopefully there's no car crashes tonight.
Crashing cars. JP, you doing a show? Where's the chat room? Spreaker, YouTube.
YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube or in this Discord channel here. Most people seem to be in this Discord right now.
Just FYI, everybody in the chat, Dennis doesn't have to worry about the chat room because he's using the same mic. We got a party in the room, and he's there just wanting to look at Dick, JPG.
Yeah.
Bernardi.
Get those dicks out. All right. You know who's up for that is King of Darkness. That's the way he plays, and it's good.
One of those nights, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, Gigi.
Gigi, I have no idea.
Gigi, that was a really good show with you and Awakening Man, Eric. Really good.
Eric did his thing on that.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. And yeah, I'll tell you what though, I'm not gonna be able to go on too much longer because I gotta wake up in like 4 hours. But
do what though?
I gotta go do a little bit of work for the Got Hemp Extracts people, the people that provided this giveaway for tonight that nobody entered to win.
I had it right now.
But yeah, gotta go.
Dennis wants to enter also. Well, the show will go on, and I'm sorry, the guy who was talking, was it Night Stalker? Night Stalker. Yeah, I'd like to continue that conversation. That's a really good path to go on. I like the gematria angle a lot. I'm really into that lately.
Yeah, thank you. Great talking to you guys. Really
yeah,
fun.
man. And Night Stalker, are you in there? Are you in JP's Discord or
yeah?
any of...
Come on over, man.
I'm not. Toss it in the Beyond the Strange one, and I'll join it.
Go in the live.
I'm in yours, Stephanie.
Go
Is that the same one?
Invite.
No, Spreaker, man. I want to see a chat room, man.
I got a chat room. Got a live chat on mine as well. I'll send you the link.
Yeah. All right, and yeah, I'll post a link to.
Sounds like some bullshit.
Yeah, because nobody's gonna want to miss Dennis's recount of his day. That's gonna be the key to tonight.
No, if anybody is going to kill us tonight on Discord, will be Dennis. So I'd rather have it live.
Live.
Oh yeah, and I was talking to you earlier.
That's what we're doing.
I was talking about you earlier about my little trips, and so yeah, recounting everything. Say
Yes.
it, record it, and everything. Right?
Open up these lines.
Yeah, fuck's sake.
Open up these lines.
JP, invite me. Oh, actually, he did invite me.
All right, Night Stalker. I put a link to JP's Discord. Do you see that there?
Whatever. God help you.
Night Stalker.
I'll make sure to invite Stephanie
Sorry.
over.
Yep. Thank you.
Actually,
All right.
I can't join JP's server, so I'm going to leave. Bye.
I don't want to steal people from you. It's the way the night's going.
I want to. Yeah, I'll put a link to Stephanie's server too. That's a cool server as well.
Sounds like you're on your way out for the night anyway. So
The only people I will have in my server and I will do live chats will be Gigi and JP.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm the policeman. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yes, Liz's server. I'm the policeman.
Do you think Liz will call? Do you think Liz right now, if we called her server, she would like answer?
No.
Okay.
Exclusive.
Okay. I was thinking about visiting her around San Jose, but I was like, I'm just gonna be there for a little bit. And I actually went through Bakersfield because I drove all the way from Phoenix to San Jose, Silicon Valley for a NASA Advanced event, but I was like, you know what? I don't think JP, Mr. Midnight Movie, or Liz will want to meet me, so I was like, later, bye.
Bye.
Oh, that's not the case at all.
I question that, sir.
Come to Phoenix.
I question that, sir.
Phoenix is right up to 10. It's not too far from me. A couple hours.
Yeah.
I know.
Yes, you're not here.
Gigi.
What's up?
Hey, listen. If you know what, JP, if a couple hours for you to get here to fucking damn Phoenix, instead of me flying from fucking here to Bakersfield, why don't you pick me up?
Yeah.
Right? And
Good luck. Good luck with that.
No, I'm gonna fly out.
I'll make the public announcement right here. No.
No, it takes a couple hours to get to LA.
No, it does. It takes longer. It takes longer to get to Phoenix. It's further.
No kidding. So if you give me if you're gonna sell me a ticket from there to here to there for 2 hours, game on.
Pick this man
Yeah,
up.
it's not possible.
Pick this man up.
No thanks.
All right. Well, hey guys, I gotta get going, so I'm gonna wrap up my show here. But yeah.
Hey, Gigi, can I do the ending credits?
All right, sure.
All right. So this is here for the Midnight Blend. We got all the pussies in the house.
The house. All the pussies.
I'm just kidding. Okay, Gigi. We got everybody here in a Midnight Blend. It's been a good night. We're talking about real nights, real personalities, real facts, real fun, and we'll be connecting on the best coast, the West Coast, the West Coast. We got everything going on the Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg on the West Coast. Best night tonight. And that's why Jimmy Church preaches only on Monday, Thursday tonight. Where we at? Peace out. Bye.
All right. Well, there you have the official credits from Stephanie. There you go, folks. And yeah, because I'm not too far from Phoenix. We gotta hang out sometime.
Gigi, let's do a show soon.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely be doing that for sure.
You're fucking wrong.
And well, you are what you eat, So, yeah, I agree. Now,
pussy, man.
Yeah.
But well, anyways, yeah, I do got to wrap this up. I got to get up in a few hours. But hey, thanks guys for coming in, and yeah, Night Stalker, definitely go follow them to their server. I'm sure you guys, I'm sure you guys will be up all night talking. So
maybe, but yeah, if anybody wants to join me over in my server, I'm gonna hop over there. Thanks, Gigi, for having me around.
JP, I will only join your server
Mhm.
You admit it sucks.
I'm
All right.
I love your server, but it's boycotting.
Come on in.
Boycott.
All right, guys. We'll see you all later. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye, Gigi.
All right. See you all later. And there you go, folks. Yeah, this was a long one. Eric's out of here already. Dave obviously left a couple hours ago. But yeah, thanks to everybody for hanging out tonight. And I guess I'll just double check real quick. Make sure nobody entered that raffle. I really don't think anybody did. Nope. No coffee for you. So, but that's all right. And yeah, so coming up next week, we have NEXT, colleague of Christopher Dunn, who we just had on yesterday on Shift Happens. And that's going to be a fantastic episode as well, getting into some more ancient Egypt, lost technologies, and getting into some of the research they've been doing on their tours out there in Egypt. And he's super cool dude. You're really going to like this. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me for this week. So on behalf of Dave Cruz and Eric Awakening Man, again, thank you for joining us. And have a great, wonderful rest of your weekend. And we will see you on the other side. All right, take care, folks. Be safe and just fucking have fun. All right, take care, folks.